and welcome to another evening of Dungeons and Dragons with me, Paddy, as your host and DM. Joining me, as usual, are our normal group of adventurers, although we are minus Nikki tonight due to a family emergency. So, Fish will be going in her shell, or being controlled by me. But joining me, as always, we have Annette as Tahlia.
Hello, darlings.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Urt.
Evening.
We have Reese as Blossom.
Oh.
We have Aaron as Xandal.
Hi.
And we have Steph as Vienna.
Hello.
So, to catch up where we left off last time, Tahlia had been knocked out after breaking, technically not breaking into, I suppose, more like just trying to go into Inala's lab to try and find out why she wasn't answering. What turned out to have knocked her out was a clone of Tahlia mixed with an elder Oblex that Inala had created, whether purposefully, accidentally, who can say, other than Inala. The rest of the players managed to get in after being let in by the clone, but then were locked in by said clone, which then took off. The players grilled Inala, took Tahlia with them from the lab, and then started trying to hunt down this clone. Unfortunately, they were not successful. The clone managed to get to Gunther and take him away and abduct him, and the party had to chase it through the sewers back to a room some of them were familiar with, and then they managed to quite handily clutch one hell of a victory against what I thought was going to be a fairly difficult monster, but hold monster worked very well.
Yay for Urt.
Indeed. And then they waited a couple of days for Tahlia to awaken, which is where we will start off today's session. Tahlia, you're so not used to this sensation. Like, your eyes feel heavy, and your limbs feel heavy, and for so long you haven't slept. You haven't ever experienced this. Even when you go unconscious, like from wounds, it doesn't feel like this. This was unlike then when it's your body shutting down because it no longer has the vitality to keep going. This was very much a case of something put both your mind and your body to sleep. And you feel rested for as much as you can in your current form, but you wake up to your normal bed in Gunther's room. The sheets are nice and crisp and clean, and the sun is just peeking through the windows.
Why am I here? What? Where is Inala?
You are currently alone in the room.
Where is everybody? She'll try to get out of bed.
Okay, you get out of bed. You are currently undressed. You can see your gear set out. It's been cleaned and set by the bed.
She'll just look down and be like, I should probably get dressed first. And she'll start putting her clothes and stuff on.
Okay. Alright, you spend the necessary time to put on your clothes, your armor, reattach any of your gear.
You just kind of poke her head out of the door. Hello? Where is everybody? What's going on?
I think Vienna probably wouldn't be too far, so she might hear this.
Yeah, but as you call that, you hear just a clatter from downstairs, and then from a shadow across the way, Gunther just leaps out at you. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Do I have to?
Yeah. He
Dexterity save, yeah?
Yeah.
21.
21. You see him coming and you manage to catch him and sort of brace yourself enough that you, like, the way he'd come out, like normally when he shadow steps, it's very, not careful as such, but he's very sure of his movements. You get the feeling this was a very rushed shadow step and he misjudged the distance. If you hadn't have caught him, you both would have probably ended up falling and taking damage. So but you managed to catch him, and he's like, Tahlia, you're all right. Oh, you've woken up.
Wait,
Oh.
slow down. What happened? Last I remember, I was in Inala's lab, and now I'm here. What's going on?
I'm probably not the best one to say, as I don't really know what happened either.
What do you mean?
He then sort of seems to stop for a second, and then reaches up and he pokes your forehead.
What was that for?
Did it go in? Good. You're not made of ooze.
Why would it go in? That's my forehead.
Well,
What slime? What?
There was another you, and it was slimy and oozy, and it took me inside it.
Wait.
At this point, Vienna comes
What?
around the corner.
Talia's just looking at him like confused, not sure if she should be angry or upset. Like,
And he leans in and goes to you and goes, "It violated me."
is it dead?
No, I don't know. I was unconscious when I was rescued, so I don't really
Vienna,
know.
what has happened?
I will gladly enlighten you. She's like sat there smiling at the Gunther's basically saying he was inside it and it was inside him, and
Gunther goes, "Yeah, shall we go downstairs? I can make an early breakfast." And
I
by the
feel
way,
like I need a strong drink.
by the way, Tahlia, through all this, he hasn't let go of your hand once. Like, even when he poked your forehead, one hand was still holding your hand.
So just kind of look at their hands and smile, but not say anything.
And he starts leading you both downstairs, and he quickly goes, look, big breakfast and hard drinks. Think we're going to need a lot of hard drinks. And Rook just looks over and goes, hard drinks? And immediately just starts, like, pulls out a bottle of tiefling brew and brings it across to the table, sets it down with 3 glasses, and then heads off to the kitchen.
Right, so, please explain.
right, Vienna sits there and goes, right, take a deep breath. This is going to be a long chat, and
A
with
deep
that,
breath?
yeah.
And she'll just give her a look, like, really?
Let's begin where we left off at Inala's place, and then Vienna
Yes.
relays everything.
She-
So, just quick. So Vienna doesn't take her time with this quick story either. She will explain everything, like every
Right.
detail.
Okay.
So that she knows of course. So yeah.
She did what?
Yeah. I think Gunther might be a little on edge for a little while.
If I see anything that is slimy, I'm going to kill it with fire.
So anyway, Xandal's working on a containment, or has worked on a containment for this
He
creature.
will not be getting that slime.
Might not have a choice.
To be getting it, that is a line I will not tolerate. She made a living, thinking thing and experimented on it against its wishes. That is almost slavery. That is not acceptable. She put Gunther in danger, nearly killed me.
Well, the good news is, I think Val managed to hit a nerve with her, so...
I do not think that is enough.
We'll see.
Well, first of all, we're going to have a little chat with Inala. And depending on what she says, we'll decide whether I need to have a chat with Boras as well.
You mentioned it's early breakfast. Would this be around the time that people started getting up and coming down as well to join the rest of the guys, or is this a bit earlier than that?
This is a little bit earlier than that. This is like, it's literally just dawn.
Okay, cool.
Gunther was awake mainly because he's been waiting for Tahlia to wake up, so he's been trying not to sleep as much as possible because he wants to be awake and ready. Obviously, Vienna only needs the 4 hours, and obviously Tahlia just woke up. So everyone else is probably still asleep, but you probably would have been awakened by the sound of the clattering if you were. It's up to you whether you get up to investigate or look at the time and go, ugh, no.
So,
Cannot express how angry I am right now.
I understand that, but you're not going to achieve a lot right now, so I'd get your energy up if I were you.
I feel perfectly fine. I'm quite well rested, actually. Bizarrely.
That's surprising, considering you were drugged.
Yes.
At this point, Rook comes through and he just puts down a giant platter of pancakes.
Nice.
And just like a bowl of mixed fruit and some what looks like whipped cream.
Ah, spoiling us today, Rook.
Have to spoil sometimes.
I need another drink. Where's the others? Are they still asleep?
Yes, it's quite early. So, I'm afraid you'll have to put up with my company for now.
I don't mind your company, Vienna.
First time I've heard that.
What do you mean?
Well, with me being what I am, I'm not usually the most favoured of people around
I
the
couldn't
breakfast
care
table.
less what you are.
That's reassuring. Anyway, have some pancakes.
I'm not hungry. I mean, I'm never hungry, but not even for sweet things.
Gunther, by the way, has got a small stack of pancakes and is currently like putting fruit on it and a bit of cream, and it goes, "What? I'm hungry."
I need to talk to Xandal as well.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be
Under
looking...
no circumstances is she to get that slime. Not until I've spoken to Barras.
All right. Fiona knows better than to argue with Tahlia.
So you guys have some lovely early morning pancakes plus liquor for those who are imbibing. And as the dawn rises into the sky, the rest of you awaken and come down to find Tahlia awake and well, sat next to Gunther, who by this point
Looking incredibly pissed off.
Gunther has probably had a couple too many tiefling brews in, general relief. Just like sort of having them just because it's there along with the pancakes, and is looking like he's probably going to need to go to bed soon.
Somewhat out of character, or kind of, Val is basically going to go across and give Tahlia a hug as his first instinct, and then kind of realise what he did and kind of straighten back up.
And as you move away, there is just a bronze rocket that just collides with you, Tahlia, as just hug tackles you.
I really was wondering where you were going with that sentence, I'm not gonna lie. Bronze rocket, Jesus.
Innuendo.
I mean, that's quite a hug from Val.
I'm sorry, but we have the D20 rolls. If anyone's got a rocket, it's good.
Oh my days.
I am so glad that you are okay. Well, awake, at least.
More than okay. I'll be even better when I see Inala.
I spoke to her, had words.
I'm going to do more than speak to her. I'd very much like to go and see her now, to be honest.
I mean, I'd imagine she's probably fitted another thick door.
That's not going to stop me.
Well, we did get in before.
He owes me that much.
Can
Okay.
at least wait until after breakfast?
Yeah.
I'm not stopping you from eating. You don't have to come with me. I'm not going to kill her or anything. I'm not that angry. I mean, I'm pretty angry, but not that angry. And I don't kill needlessly.
I don't think Gunther's going to be letting you go anywhere alone for a while.
Gunther, by the way, you all look, is now face down in his pancakes, snoring.
Oh, God. Rook! Be a dear. Could you put Gunther to bed? Reassure him I'm going somewhere, but I will be back. Don't worry.
Rook just looks down at Gunther and just shakes his head and just gently scoops him up and just carries him up the stairs. With one arm, the other arm is currently sort of wiping the cream off his face with a rag.
Oh, what am I going to do with you, Gunther?
But yeah, there's pancakes and fruit and cream on the table for those who wish to partake of a breakfast. And then you are free to go where you wish.
It will go with Tahlia.
Yes, let's go pay Inala a visit.
Val is just going to pick up a handful of pancakes and just walk with the rest of the group.
Okay. Comes with you as well because she wants to. Basically, she kind of half needs filling in on what's going on after everything, and at the same time she just wants to spend time with Tahlia, I think. Blossom, do you go with them?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all make your way out of the Jigging Jester. The streets are still quiet. There's mainly people that you can see as people making their way to work or from work if they've been working night shifts. There's people going around quenching sort of torches and stuff, making sure that the lights are like the day's here so we can turn out the night lights now. But you all make your way through the Gateway District to the guilds, and through those to the back to the Alchemist Guild. The door is currently closed.
Give the door a knock, see if there's anyone available.
There is shuffling from inside, and the door opens, and a guard is looking at you. Yes?
If Inala available, I'd very much like to have a little chat.
Inala Jinklank is currently meeting with Emperor Barras.
Well,
At
that
his
saves
leisure.
me a lot of trouble. Thank you. I will go and see whether I can talk to her there then. Thank you.
You're welcome. And he closes the door again.
Well, looks like she's saving me a journey. Shall we go? Let's go see Barras.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys quickly make your way back past the Jigging Jester and down into Halcyon Heights, moving through the estates and the nice parks to the Sovereign Citadel. Once you arrive there, you see a familiar figure stood at the front gate. Rachna Vale is stood there.
Good morning, Rachna.
Ah, I did wonder who of you would be coming. I thought it would be
Well,
Xandal first, personally, but
I mean, it is quite personal.
indeed. Barras was going to summon you later for testimony. We have discovered what happened after certain of our own agents spotted things, and we've managed to get the rest out of Inala. But please, follow me. And he
Of course.
walks in, guiding you through the citadel to the throne room. And you know, Barras, every other time you've been to the citadel, when it was Astar who was ruling, anytime you came for an audience with Astar, it was always in the throne room, as sort of like a power play from Astar, like I am important. Whereas with Barras, every other time you've been, it's been conference rooms or little side chambers. He seems to not liking to use the throne room. He doesn't like to rub it in people's faces that he is the emperor. But as you enter the throne room, you see Inala sort of stood in the middle of the floor, looking sheepish, flanked by 2 guards, and Baras sat on the throne with probably the most angry expression any of you have ever seen him wearing.
Thalia's face probably matching.
Ah. Armatae, or at least most of you. Please, come in. We were just discussing with Inala what happened the other day, weren't we, Inala? Yes, Your Highness.
Can I just make my way up to Inala?
You make your way up. As you do, both the guards on either side of her do tense. But they don't draw their weapons or anything, they just tense and just watch you.
Guards. This is a personal thing. I'm not going to kill her. I get to hit her at least once.
Both the make a persuasion check.
Come on, dice, don't screw me.
As
13?
as you say that, both the guards go sort of look at each other, and one of them goes, "Hey Boris, have a look at that button." And they both turn around, facing away from you.
And I punch Inala in the face.
Roll a d4 for me.
D4, hang on. Oh, 1, come on.
1.
Okay.
You connect, but it doesn't leave any it's not as. It doesn't have as much weight behind it as you'd like. You've hurt her, but you really would have liked to break her nose.
If you ever do something so stupid again and hurt my Gunther, I will. And she'll lean in close, use Thermatage to make her eyes glow, kill you. And then she'll step back, as you were, gentlemen, to the guards.
The guards both turn around, and everyone going, "That was a really cool pigeon." I know, right? Oh, Miss Inala, what on earth happened? And Inala is just stood there shocked. Baras and Ragnar, by the way, have both seen all of this, and both are just smirking at each other.
Now that we got that unpleasant 3 out of the way, what are we going to do with this slime? Because she's not having it.
Well, I'm just thinking, would Baras like to hear the side of the story that he may not have got from Inala before making any decisions?
That is good. You guys will have to fill him in. I don't really
and
remember
Fiona will-
anything.
Yeah, Fiona will basically fill in the gaps.
As you talk, Baras listens carefully and sort of nods along and goes, Yes. What to do with it will have to be decided at potentially another time. I'm not entirely certain myself as to what to do in this situation. If it had just been a simple oblex, that would have been simple. Instead, what we have is a grey area that is going
Yes.
to take careful negotiating.
I would prefer for it not to die. It did not wish to be born, it did not ask, and it is a thinking thing.
We will see what we can do. Perhaps Ragnar might be able to figure out something. I understand Zandal is working on a containment method.
Yes, although I would prefer not eternal containment either. Perhaps there is somewhere we can... I mean, at the moment it has some of my memories, which could be dangerous. But... yes, like maybe somewhere it can be... its memories altered and released somewhere far, far away.
I feel like this is quite complicated to decide in just a day. I think it's going to need some time to come up with some solutions and vote for the best one.
Indeed, this is not something we are going to be able to sort easily. But we will put our best minds on it, see what we can figure out.
I worry for the Alchemy Guild. This is a line that should not have been crossed. Perhaps
That
some
is
regulation is in order.
That is why Inala has already been informed that she is no longer the guildmaster. In fact, she is no longer welcome to practice alchemy here in Maham. She will be returning to her home, although she does not wish to inform us of where that is, as most gnomish civilians do not, but
That is
that
fair.
is their prerogative. So, but we have already summoned her replacement, and when he arrives, we will be laying down some strict guidelines, and we will be putting our own intelligence agency to work to ensure they are followed.
May I
Also-
also... Oh. Can I go first?
Yeah.
May I also suggest that regular contact is made with Inala, since we've already known of stories of alchemists and practicing magic users leaving Maham and becoming corrupted or doing things outside of their remit.
You do not need to worry about that. Though we do not know the exact location of the home of the gnomes, we do have diplomatic channels. A message has already been sent to their king. We have already informed them of what has happened here, and our intelligence agencies will be collaborating. Our group will take Inala to a location where she will then be picked up by the king's men, and she will be escorted back to their city, where she will then remain.
Inala.
Yes?
I'm disappointed. But perhaps this is an important lesson for you to learn. That just because you can does not mean you should. Hmm?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Believe you are very sorry. As am I. I forgive you, but please learn from this. Hmm?
Yes. And Barras signals, and the guards escort Inala out. She will be leaving the city today. She will be taking none of her notes or work with her. They have been confiscated, as
For the
has
best.
anything else in her lab. Like I say, we have already contacted the Gnomish King. She will be dropped off at a set location and collected, and through our diplomatic channels we will be receiving updates periodically. Now, I am sorry to have had this happen.
As am I. She
Unfortunately,
was a good alchemist, but she needed this, I think.
indeed. It's a pity that my gatekeepers, did not pick this up earlier, but Inala is good at hiding such things.
Indeed.
Mainly explosions and untoward things happen in the Alchemist Guild so often that it's rather easy to hide other things, unfortunately.
I somehow feel... Sorry, you continue, I will...
This will be something we will be rectifying. As I said, we will be having the gatekeepers keeping a much closer eye on things there for a while, until we are sure that it has settled down. But in the meantime, if any of you have any ideas of what to do with the being currently in Zandal's tower, please make them known. We will see what we can come up with. Rachna will obviously see what he can come up with, and hopefully we come to some solution.
Yes, indeed. I just somehow feel like it is partly my responsibility. It was my blood that created it. Without my blood, it wouldn't have gone after Gunther for sure.
But who's
I
to
let
say
my-
if she didn't use your blood that she wouldn't use somebody else's? Or
I
another
know.
creature's?
I let my curiosity about my unique condition get the better of me. That and the discount on alchemy stuff.
Well,
So I apologize as well, Boras.
apology accepted, though none was asked for nor needed. You have already done this city great service. It is a pity that one of its citizens wronged you in such a way.
I think, to be honest, she wronged Gunther more than me. Poor man.
But Barras quirks a smile and goes, "Oh, trust me, I'm sure Gunther, once he gets over it, will be joking and laughing about it. Just like the time he ran into that orc."
I will have to ask him about the orc.
Let's just say Gunther decided to go on a trip to the snowy mountains and ended up snowed in a cave with a big male orc.
Right, okay.
He was reticent for a while after that, as you can probably guess.
That explains why he said it had happened before. And Val just immediately shuts up after saying that comment.
Tahlia will just give him a
Barras
dirty
and
look.
Ragnar just don't break out belly laughing, just like
Tahlia gives Val a dirty look for interrupting her. But yes, my
oh.
sentiments.
Well,
I'm glad we can laugh about this.
indeed. It
Well,
all
I
ended
think-
as well as could be expected, I think.
I think we need to go pay Xandal a visit.
Yes, make sure that it hasn't escaped or something.
Mm.
Very well.
Besides, I wish to see it for myself.
Please let Xandal know that he is to keep it contained until we have come up with a solution.
Of course.
Very well.
Verbally.
Thank you. And Barras gets up from his throne and walks through one of the side doors. Ragnar sort of gives you all a nod and follows him.
Ah, it felt good to punch her. She's lucky I pulled my punch, so I could have broken her nose.
I was actually disappointed you pulled your punch.
I just looked at her and she looked so pathetic, and I just felt sorry for her.
Ugh.
I know, sympathy, such a vile thing. Let's go see Xandal.
Okay. So you all make your way out of the Sovereign Citadel and through Halcyon Heights. The streets are getting a little busier now, and you can hear mutterings as you're going through. Just people sort of go talking about things like you hear snippets of conversation like Inala, experimentation, weird creature. There's not obviously a lot of details, but the rumor mill has started. But you reach Xandal's tower without issue, and you are now stood without. Without
As
the
opposed to
tower.
within.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
sorry. I wondered what you said.
Even to be fair, I was questioning the same thing. So,
I was like, what?
right.
Oh, let's go talk
Um,
to Xandal. I want to see this slime
yeah.
for myself.
Vienna kind of bangs on the door.
Xandal, you are currently, I'm assuming, in the middle of tinkering with M's chassis.
Yeah, and chassis and bits of the containment unit. So yeah, Hager's answering the door.
The door opens and you all see the Hagar just looking at you all.
Hello, Hagar. Is it Xandal in?
Hagar steps to one side and sort of beckons you all
Is
in.
Daddy in?
Yeah, Daddy.
Perfect
Yeah.
timing.
But you all come in, and Xandal is not on the lowest, the ground floor. He is on the floor up, which is his workshop. And
We'll
as you
make
go
our way
in,
up.
you can see him sort of surrounded by the usual mess of tech and gears and metal and various crystals. And he's seemingly working on 2 projects at once. You can see what looks like 4 pillars of steel with like glass in between them, and then a glass bubble in the middle, which you get the feeling is probably the new containment unit. He is also working on what looks like another automaton. Except this one is decidedly feminine. In fact, Vienna and Tahlia make me perception checks.
Why?
With boob size.
Okay.
18.
You both immediately notice that the figure of this chassis for this new automaton is very similar to your own body shapes in various places.
I see you've paid attention, Xandal.
Oh, you're building yourself a girlfriend, Xandal?
What? What? No. I'm busy. What do you want?
I
Glad
can't
to see you're
help but
awake.
notice the similarity in the hip and breast measurements.
What? It's nothing more than streamlined measures.
I wouldn't say I'm streamlined, Xandal, but thank you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I think
Vienna's
the,
actually
the
stood
boobs
next
are
to it.
definitely mine.
What are you two talking about?
Oh, we'll let you keep your secret, Xandal. Oh, the slime. I want to see it. Show me.
It's in the cupboard behind there. Just
Cupboard.
Hager's already back to
Yeah,
staring
Hager-
contest with.
Yeah,
slime.
Hager has opened the cupboard and is just staring at this. It looks like it's like a metallic pipe with glasswork at both ends, with various cogs and valves attached to it. And you can see like there's just a single glaring red eye at one end formed in the ooze, and Hager is just staring into it.
Can I, like, usher Hagar out the way so I can look at it?
Hager does not seem to want to move.
Hagar, I want to see. Move.
Hager looks at the eye and makes sort of like a hand motion as if to say, "You win this round," and then moves out the way.
Tahlia, like, lean down and look at it.
The eye focuses on you and the pupil goes slit.
Listen here, you little shit. I know you didn't ask to be born. And I know you didn't want to be experimented on by Inala. On a plus note, Gunther is mine. You touch him, I cut you.
You have no idea whether it's heard you or not.
Anyway, we're going to figure out what to do with you. But don't worry. We're not going to kill you. It's not your fault. Stay away from Gunther. Bitch. And then she'll close the cupboard on it.
Okay. You close the cupboard.
Right. So, have you heard about Inala, Xandal? She's not the alchemist anymore. She's going home. She's been demoted. Permanently.
I had not heard that now.
Yes, the line that she crossed is not acceptable. Hopefully she will learn something from this.
So what am I doing with this then?
Keeping
That's
it
yet to
contained
be
for now
decided.
until we can figure out. Yeah. Keep it contained. Boras says we'll figure out what to deal with it.
Right, so just carry on as I am. Okay.
Yep.
What about this sexy robot you're making?
It's not a sexy robot.
Look at those curves and the boobs. She's hot.
It's a feminine form for a feminine creature.
This is
Creature?
something to do with
This is when you all realise M is sat on a counter nearby and is like looking at the body, looks at you all, waves, and then points at the body and then at herself excitedly.
He's making you a body? You going to join us in fights?
She nods.
Oh.
Oh, this is exciting.
That's interesting.
Also, a little
actually.
bit weird, Xandal. Like, is there something going on between you and them?
No.
M-
I opted to give her a feminine form to fit her personality.
M puts her
Shape
hand
is
on her
merely
cheeks
just
and
for
does the proper
streamlining.
"ooh" sort of thing.
What, making like
Xandal.
drawing
yeah.
a feminine silhouette with her hands?
Yeah, more sort of like the blushing sort of like half covering her face, but she's doing it behind Xandel's back. The minute Xandel turns back round, she's back to acting normally.
Tahlia will just give Em a knowing look and just be like a thumbs up. I got your back, sis.
Vienna, on the other hand, is a little bit lost in thought as she goes, "That's actually interesting. Could you actually put a soul in one of these?"
Em's not a soul per se. I mean, what is the soul, I guess?
Theoretically, yes. Should it be done?
Absolutely.
Probably. Well, depends upon the ethics of it. Creating
if she
living life
wants to
forms
do
like
it.
the slime back there is a no.
Oh no, that's wrong. Absolutely. But I mean,
Yeah.
giving Em a body, she wants it, yes. So it's not against her will.
Well,
Vienna's definitely thinking about immortality here.
it's either a case of she sits inside the projector or she sits at the bottom of the sea. This way it gives her a bit more free rein to make her own decisions.
Yes, that is a good thing, yes.
By the way, Xandel, when Vienna says, "Could you put a soul in one of these?" You would know that that sort of thing comes heavily under necromancy.
Yeah.
And gets close to sort of lich phylactery levels.
Yeah, no, I pretty much figured that. Plus,
Mortimer's like,
plus he's
What was just like, the
also
fuck do you say?
aware of the concept of Warforged now, since he's gotten the information of the Eberron,
Yes.
which are free-thinking automatons.
Yeah. Whereas Warforged are automatons that have developed souls over time. They're not automatons that have had souls pushed into them.
Yeah. So yeah, he's fully aware that it's possible. He just doesn't like the idea of it.
Okay.
As much as I am all for any creature having their freedom and getting away, and doing what they need to do, aren't we supposed to be leaving in the next day or so? Is that still the plan? To help with your sister?
yes.
It is, yes, but I need to get this containment unit finished first.
Yes, we must make sure that this slime is contained. We can't leave it unchecked.
Okay, so the
Exactly.
containment
Hand
unit.
it over to the guards and make sure that it is
Containment unit
properly
takes priority right now.
And Val just says, so the containment unit is the priority, looking at Xandel working on the body rather than the containment unit.
He's working on sort of like both at the same
Okay.
time. He's sort of like adjusting, sort of like, because the containment unit's just about done. It's fine-tuning, and it's pretty much the same with the chassis of M.
Yeah, M. The next stage of M is things like the wiring, the power source, that sort of thing.
Yeah. With the containment unit, it's not far off of completion.
Yeah, no, Xandel, you think that if everyone here stayed and helped, you could probably have the containment unit done by sort of midday.
Okay. Well,
Like
seeing
just
as you're
not necessarily them helping with things like calculations and intricate work,
I
but
was going to say, I'm not sure what help we'd be.
more hands.
Yeah, it's sort of like fetching stuff, hammering stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Yeah. Well, since you're here and you've likely got 1,000 questions to ask about fetch me that hammer, please.
Which one? The big one or the small one?
The big one.
I thought you'd say that. And then she'll pick up the big one and hand it to him.
Right, I need you to hit round there.
Oh, you want me to hit it?
Yes, because I need to use these to pull it from the other side. And he sort of like grabs like a set of like weirdly shaped tongs to sort of like grab from the other side to pull in like a compartment.
Okay.
And he
Meanwhile,
basically
Vienna's
starts ordering everyone else around without
Vienna
even
when do I hit
looking
it?
at them.
Okay,
Now.
so
Now? Okay, I hit
Xandel,
it.
if you could roll me a intelligence check plus your proficiency, Then
Yeah.
add. How many people have we got here? That's 5. So add 5 to it, and you get advantage.
Awesome. I'm also going to just use one of my Dormammu bugs just to add that +3 as well.
Yep.
So
So you've
intelligence.
already gotten an 11 on this, no matter what.
Advantage.
What she said.
Yeah.
Double nat 20s.
Are you serious?
Xandal
Let's go!
Xandal just is a whirl of activity around you. You can't understand half the words that are coming out of his mouth, but the ones you do understand are the instructions he's giving you. And you all put sort of your various strengths to use. Tahlia, your dexterous body is put to use squirming under and around things to get to places where nuts and bolts need holding or tightening.
So I can't handle that sentence. Oh my god.
Vienna, your actual eldritch powers are put to use. He's having you eldritch blast, but holding it on just a finger to use as a welding torch.
Nice.
Val, your
Jesus.
general bulk and strength is used for supporting and holding things whilst they're being hammered. Ert is just generally being useful and providing everyone with drink and food. Blossom, Xandal takes away your whip blade, but gives you something similar, and he it directs you places to whip it into, to push things in, and it's just this weird almost segmented cable, and he's making use of your abilities
Whip
with
it good.
with the whip blade to use it. But after a couple of hours, the containment unit is ready, it's pressurized, and all that's left is to actually transfer the clone, and then transfer the containment unit to the guards.
Also, all the way through this, Xandal has made it very clear that Tahlia touches no levers or buttons.
Believe me, I don't want this thing to get out, so I trust you.
And with that, he'll take the miniature containment unit from the cupboard, attach it, and then he just wanders off to grab the Qualish, because this thing's going to be an absolute nightmare to move. And
Admittedly,
use that to transport it through
I was
town
going
to
to say,
wherever
I'm
it's going.
guessing you guys will have moved this whilst constructing it from the second floor to the ground floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then into the basement.
And you would, Xandal, you would have made it with wheels. You're not quite that foolish.
No.
And you have also made it so that there is a curtain that goes around it for, dragging it through the streets.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to use Qualish very carefully.
Okay.
Move through the town to wherever
Well,
it's supposed to be.
As you put the smaller containment unit in, you all watch as the ooze from inside leaks out into the larger containment through the airlock, which then allows you to remove the smaller containment unit without breaking the vacuum. And you can see it, it sits in the bottom of the globe for a bit in just a puddle, and then it moves up into Tahlia. And Tahlia is just looking at you all through this, glass.
That body is not yours. Make your own phone.
It then shifts
You're your own
to
thing.
Gunther.
Especially not him.
It just smiles at you and starts unbuckling its pants.
I mean, I've seen more than you, sweetie. I've done more than you too.
And it then, it doesn't, you can't tell if it can hear you or not, but then it just sort of shifts back to Tahlia and just sits down and just glares.
For a second then I thought you were going to say it turned into a half and half of Tahlia and Gunther.
Oh god.
It's not quite that skilled. But no, so you hook it up to the Qualish. The curtains have been placed around it so people, don't see exactly what it is you are transporting through.
Yeah, don't want anyone to see that.
Down. And everyone pretty much just ignores this because, you know, it's Xandal, it's the mad inventor with probably another one of his inventions. But where exactly are you taking it?
To the
Well,
guards.
I'm assuming it's not back to the alchemy guild play shop. So
No,
I've been
those guys
informed
have
that everything has been changed. So where are we taking it, guys?
I assume to Barras.
To the guards. I would not, maybe
No?
not take it to the Emperor. That would be quite risky.
Or are we going to put it in our
in
vault?
academy.
Take it to
the
Ragnavale.
mages. Yes.
Yes, because he did say it was Ragnavale he was going to.
Okay.
Very well.
So with the Qualish clang, 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 clang through the streets with people, you know, giving it a wide berth. And it's not too bad whilst you're in Halcyon Heights. The streets here aren't overly busy anyway, as it's the more, you know, up end of town. But when you get in the Gateway District and start moving towards the Arcane Academy, there are horse and carts that are moving out your way. There are people who are just flattening against the walls, just sort of staring at this contraption going past. And as you reach the Arcane Academy, you can see that the Qualish is not stealthy. Rachna saw you coming, and he stood at the one of the gates, and is looking at you and sort of like just shaking his head.
Special delivery, Ragnar.
I can see that. I'm assuming this is our
Problem.
yes, the
Yes.
guest.
I apologize if it
Yes.
shows you anything of. Well, you'll see.
Well, I believe we will be placing it down in one of the research vaults, and until we can come up with something, we will only... Well, as it's an ooze, it doesn't need to eat and it doesn't need to drink, so I'm assuming we will just leave it for now.
Yes.
Until we come
Keep
up
it
with something
contained
to
as
do.
much as
We
possible.
will keep the curtains around it. And
I will.
That'll be for the best.
I will also explain to Ragnavale the principles of the containment unit, like the vacuum. For if it breaks through, it will literally destroy what's inside it.
He nods, takes a few notes, and then you watch as he sort of just flicks a finger, mumbles a few words, and the whole thing detaches from the back of the Qualish and just floats along behind him as he starts walking into the academy.
The hot Ragnar.
They don't call me an archmage for no reason, he calls back over his shoulder.
Show off.
You're a mad old fool.
Keep telling yourself that, Xandal. Maybe one day you'll know as much as this mad old fool.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
one piece of business taken care of. For now.
Like I say, you guys blasted that. It's only about midday.
Well,
Oh,
I believe we shall set off first light if we want to go to my home.
yes.
Give you a chance to stretch your legs, do whatever you want, and go back home if there's nothing else needed of me.
Yes, I would very much like to return to the Jester.
Of course.
Anyway.
Okay.
Then I shall see you tomorrow.
See you in the morning. Will you meet us in the Jester, yes?
Of course.
See you in the morning.
Just a quick question. How are you intending to travel?
Fine.
Shall we take the Qualish?
I was going to say you can take the Qualish if you want, or the rest of you do know that there are the stables, Lucky Logan's stables just outside the gates.
I mean, how fast is the Cornish compared to horseback?
The Qualish, I believe, is 30 feet per round. A horse generally is 50 feet per round. So horses would be quicker, but...
And probably subtler.
Yes, that's probably a good shout.
You probably don't want to be causing a scene. If
Unless you want to show off Xandal.
How much has he talked about his father to us?
not a huge amount. He's maybe mentioned it in passing when the letters started arriving, but not a lot.
Yeah, do we want to make a scene, or do we want to be subtle? Like, what is your what, what should we do? It's your decision, it's your home.
I don't mind either way, but
Well, I mean,
horses,
if
they're a little bit harder for people like me to ride.
you can ride with me.
Very well.
You do remember last time you can rent a carriage from Lucky Logan?
To be fair, though, actually, Hagar can probably keep pace, so I can just ride with Hagar.
That's true.
So,
Wait,
yeah.
Can Hagar go at 50?
He can go at 40.
So you'd be a little bit behind, but we could always slow down, I guess, and go at your pace.
Yeah.
Alright, so
I mean, we're not going to be galloping the horses the entire way to Riverdale, are we? So.
No, I suppose not. Right, well, we will meet in the morning in the Jigging Jester, and then we will get a carriage or horses or whatever.
Of course.
Okay.
See you in the morning then.
Sandal goes back to his tower to work on his body.
Okay.
Enjoy making your girlfriend, she'll say.
Not my girlfriend.
Totally is!
Yeah, try to. Yeah.
Okay. What is everyone else doing?
Pass. Just pass my time, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Val is going to go back and because he spent a couple of days in kind of in deep thought and stuff, he's actually going to go and practice on his instrument and jump on his hurdy-gurdy, and what little he had taught himself, he's just going to make sure that that is still in his head, and probably spend the afternoon doing that and in the music room.
Yep, roll me a performance check then, please.
Not
19.
You seem to have remembered everything pretty well from the last time you played, and you feel like you're maybe starting to get the hang of this. And the rest of you, every now and then there's a bit of music that's alright, but there is still quite a few wrong notes and not so good bits floating through, but it's passable. It doesn't disrupt your day too much. Okay. Blossom, are you just going back to the Jester and passing time as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Also just the same. So Tahlia, what do
I'll
you
go
do?
first
when you
over
get back?
Gunther.
Okay. When you get back and you head up to Gunther's room, you find Gunther in bed, sleeping, and now that sort of you can have a better look at him and you're not raging over Inala and what's happened, you can see heavy bags under his eyes and his hair's a bit unkempt and he's got obvious signs of not sleeping.
She'll just cuddle up next to him, I think, and let him sleep for a bit. She'll wake him up in a bit.
Alright. After a couple of hours, he does wake up and sort of looks at you and goes, Guten Morgen.
Good morning, Gunther. She'll pretend to be the slime.
And he jumps out of the bed and grabs his staff.
And Tahlia just laughs so hard she falls off the bed.
That was not funny!
Oh, sorry, darling. I couldn't resist.
Oh dear. And he puts the staff down and then sort of
Come lie
sits
down. Come lie
bed.
down. Come.
He does, and he's like, well, please don't do that again, especially not when I've only just woken up.
I promise. She'll start braiding his hair. What did she do to you, man?
Well, she came in here and I immediately knew it wasn't you.
Oh? Why? How did you know?
Her copying was good, but not perfect. There were certain someone's and he sort of reaches up and traces the couple of scars through your eye. They weren't quite right. There was like slightly didn't look like skin. Her eyes didn't hold the same emotions yours normally do. Just little things like a normal
Hmm.
person wouldn't have noticed.
Yes, well, I saw her a little bit of a clone. She certainly likes you.
Oh, well, what's not to like? And
Very true.
certainly showed her appreciation. He reaches down, but next to the bed, and pulls up a pair of like trousers and turns them round to show you the arse having been melted off of them.
You do have a nice ass.
Yeah, she seemed to think so, or it seemed to think so.
She was made
Does it
for
have a
me,
gender?
so I guess it's female.
I suppose. Not, not exactly the way I'm used to being, pursued in, romanticism.
I
Don't
don't
think
think romance was on her mind.
yeah, I've never really been kidnapped before. Can't say it was as enjoyable as I thought it might be.
You can take it off your bucket list.
Yeah, not one I'm going to be having a repeat of anytime soon.
I hope not. I don't want to have to kill anyone.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
But seriously, I would really, really hurt anyone that hurt you.
As I would anyone who hurt you.
I'm so gutted I missed it all. It was
Oh,
weird
well.
being asleep. I've never... Well, I have slept, but not properly slept. It's a weird sensation. I just couldn't move or do anything. It was unpleasant. I felt helpless.
Now you know how the rest of us feel.
I mean, I lived once? Is that even a... I don't really know. It's still so much about me I don't understand.
Well, we'll keep learning together, yeah?
Hopefully.
Anyway, did they tell you about you got another letter from Rowan? Did they mention that?
Wait, wasn't I there for the reading of the letter from Rowan?
No,
No,
you
I
they
wasn't,
weren't.
received
was
a
I?
second letter.
No.
I wasn't, no. No, I have not heard. Is the news good? Is she okay?
I think Val has it. I was a bit how do you say, worried about you, so I didn't really pay much attention.
But they didn't try and wake me up immediately.
Well, they did, but apparently Inala handed them a potion that would counteract what was given to you, but it took a couple of days to take effect.
It's more than just your kidnapping.
Yeah. Not a huge amount, I don't think. Just that letter from Rowan.
I'll go and ask Val if I can read it then, I guess.
Very well. I'll be here when you come back. He sort of lifts an arm and sniffs his pit and goes, "Oh, I think I'll be into onsen first. Excuse me." And he
Is you
gets
there?
up. Yes, please. And quickly makes his way down the corridor to the onsen,
I'll make my way to Val's room then.
to the strains of the hurdy-gurdy coming through the door.
She'll knock.
Come in.
Is that you playing that?
Trying to. It's not easy.
Sounds so bad. I think you're getting the hang of it. It sounds okay.
Thank you.
What's the tune?
It's a tune my mum used to play to me.
Your mother?
Yeah.
We've never talked about your mother before.
I don't have a lot of memories, but that song is certainly something that sticks in my head, so I'm trying to recreate it so that I can hold on to those memories longer.
Sweet. Gunther mentioned that we have received another letter from Rarwin.
Oh, yeah. And Val reaches into his bag, and he's basically got a stack of the letters from Rarwin, and he unties them and hands the most recent one over to her.
I'll peruse the letter.
Okay.
I don't know, there's something about how it was written, and it doesn't... It either doesn't sound like Rarwin's writing, or it sounds like...
Give me the previous letter a moment.
I'm going to hand the stack of letters over to her.
You'll just, browse through them and be like... Does she notice there, a difference in the tone?
Roll me an insight check.
Second, finding my character sheet, because it's decided to open in a different window. Investigation, yeah?
No, insight.
Insight, sorry, okay.
You're not an expert on things like penmanship and that sort of thing, but obviously the first letter seems to have been written in a rush. The penmanship is a bit sloppy. You can see splotches of ink here and there, and just the general tone of the letter is slightly panicked. The second letter is much more calm, much more even, and much more well written. You can't say for certain, but there was definitely a difference of emotions between the writing of the two letters.
Can she compare all of the letters all together?
Yeah, it's
to get
all
a
the same.
Better feel of it.
All the same handwriting. Nothing's changed in the handwriting.
It seems odd that it's so worried 1 minute and then, oh, it's all okay. This doesn't seem like, I don't know. There's something not right. I just can't place my finger on it.
And that's exactly how I've reacted to the letters. It's just there's something not right about it. Perhaps we'll get another letter and, things will change. If not, we may have to...
Why don't we just get her to send her a message, talk to her directly, rather than a note?
That's a fair point. Although, what distance can I do that over?
I don't know.
You would know from previous conversations you've had. The sending spell will work with anyone who is on the same plane of existence as you, and there is only a slight chance of failure if you are crossing planes with the sending spell. As long as you know the person, then you can send them a message.
There's one way that would ease my mind is ask her a question only she would know the answer to, and see what her reply is.
That's a fair point. Obviously, we'll have to wait till Ert comes back, but...
Ert's in the jigging chest.
Oh, okay.
Gone in.
We'll go do... I guess we'll go see Ert.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ask her.
Knock on the door to Ert's room, it opens, and Ert is stood there. She's divested herself of her armor, and she's dressed in just a nice summer dress, and she stood there with a mouthful of candy, and she goes, Pearl?
Is there any chance you can do the sending spell for us?
Yeah. Who to?
Vienna. Not Vienna, sorry. Fuck. Rowan.
It's Vienna only
sorry,
over there.
Same player, wrong character.
Rowan. Yeah. What you want me to say?
And now I'm trying to rack my brains because it's been so long since we've played with Rowan.
No one can remember who it's.
Perhaps something between you and her? You were close, right? Or you wanted to be.
See, I can't tell if this is a misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that I give Rarwin a flower, like a flower pot, with a blue flower in, to make a joke about the fact that she turned blue?
Yes.
You did, and the fact she turned into a flower at one point.
Yeah, I did. Rarwin did turn into a flower pot at one point.
Let's ask her if she remembers it, or does she still have it, or something like that.
I will... Could you send the message or ask the question how she is doing? How is the plant... How is she doing? how is the plant I gave her? Have the leaves changed colour yet? Or what colour are the leaves now? Or something along those lines.
Yes.
Okay. And you see make the correct motions for the spell and they go, "Hi, Rowan. Val asks, how are you? Do you still have the plant he gave you? What colour are leaves?" She sort of stands there for a couple of seconds, and then you hear her she sort of cocks her head as she listens, and she goes, "She says she's fine, and leaves are green."
It's not good.
Something's definitely wrong.
Worth investigating.
Yes.
But we saved Zandel's sister, then perhaps it's time we take up what's her name?
Lady Ilauber's
Lady Alvar's invitation. As
And
an
we do need
excuse
to go on a
see her?
voyage in our new boat.
Yes. That's true. We can test out the ship now that we're all, bound to it.
And Val's
Put it
also...
at the back of your mind for now. Put it at the back of your mind for now. It might not be something. I mean, perhaps it did change to green. You never know. Or perhaps she misunderstood, because we did say leaves, not petals.
That is true.
But
I'm still
yes,
concerned.
we will go and investigate. Do not worry. She's our friend. But we need to deal with Zandel's problem first.
Very true. Oh, whilst I remember, have you had anything more happen in your room since we checked the other night?
Something's been happening in rooms?
Not that I've noticed, no.
Did Vienna mention most of us have had our rooms broken into and stuff moved around and some like footsteps and like footprints and stuff? We have no idea what it was.
Maybe my mind's fuzzy from the potion still. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's happened over a couple of nights to each of us, so...
Well, I suppose it's hard to tell what happened in Gunther's room. It's a wreck still. We're still finding slime and splinters everywhere.
Just no slime in Gunther, though, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Right, well, I'm going to go spend some more time with Gunther. He needs taking care of. Poor thing.
And Val's just going to pat her on the head and just go, "Don't eat too many sweets. You've got to eat real food."
Do pastries count?
No.
No.
Tahlia will say on her way out.
Cat. And she closes her door with a little pout on her face.
I'm going to go back to my room and play some music.
Okay. Tahlia, you join Gunther in the onsen and you spend the rest of the day. I'm gonna say basically nurturing Gunther and getting his confidence back up. But you all spend the rest of the day in your various pursuits, and then the next day dawns bright and early. Zandal, I'm assuming you head to the Jester.
I will. How far would I have gotten with the fine-tuning of Em's body during the process of the afternoon?
With those two nat 20s, I'm not gonna make you make another roll, just because you still would have been on a roll. You've probably got most of the wiring done.
Okay.
The main problems you've got now are things like fitting the devices, and obviously the power source and M herself. They are going to be the trickiest bits.
Okay.
But it's nearly there. It's so nearly there.
During the process of the morning, I'm going to swap out my infusion on my light hammer to a bag of holding.
Okay.
So that I can put various tools and chassis
Yep.
inside.
Okay.
So that I can work on it while
I'm assuming you have
I'm
Haggart
acting.
lift and puts it in the bag.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So
Well,
on
Xandal
my
ain't.
way... No, things bigger than me. Yeah, and on my way to the Jig and Jester, I'm going to pass by, like, the shop where I get, like, most of my magical stones from, and see if I can acquire the last 2 for 1,000.
Okay. So that, unfortunately, the shop you normally go to would be in the Patchwork Bazaar, which is in the opposite direction. So you're going to have to go a different direction to get there.
Yeah, I think Xander will set off, like, extra early.
Okay. As you reach the Patchwork Bazaar, you get to the usual stall, and you see it's a tabaxi who runs it, and they're there and like, welcome back, Sandal. What are you looking for today?
I need 2 stones, if you don't mind. Roughly about yay big, and he sort of like gestures with his hand. One that has the power to store energy, and the other one that has the power to exert energy.
I see. Unfortunately, due to the recent naval unpleasantness, trade has not been what it was. I currently only have a storing crystal of the size you speak.
Okay, how much are you offering for it?
For one the size you are asking for, I would say roughly 2,000 gold.
2,000. Any chance you could do it for 1,000?
You are a good customer, but even I cannot give you that good a discount, I'm afraid. The lowest I could go would be 1,800.
Crap.
If you want, I can set it to one side and make sure it's here for when you come back. By
Please.
then, I may have the exerting crystal as well and be able to do you a little bit of a bundle.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. I would
Very
like
well.
that.
You see him pick up, and it's actually a sapphire he picks up, and you
Yeah.
can see it. The cut is exactly right for what you would want, and
Yeah.
it is exactly the sort of crystal. And he takes it and he puts it, and because you're such a regular customer, this stall in particular has like a series of lock boxes with like regular customer names, and he takes it and he puts it in your lockbox and closes it and locks it so that it's no longer on display.
Awesome. Yeah, he'll thank the tabaxi friend.
You're welcome.
And then he's going to do something rather unusual. Now that he knows where, or roughly where, he's going to hop into the sewers on the way to the chicken jester.
Okay. All right. So you go down into the sewers.
You're hoping to bump into Nut.
No, yeah. And see if he's got what I want. This dude's a
Okay.
legend around crystals and tech too.
Okay. So as you move through the sewers, are you shouting for Nut, or are you just wandering through the sewers?
He's just walking down the sewers going, Nut!
Nut. Nut. No, I will call out for Nut like every so often.
Okay.
Oh, God. Be careful! Sandal, you're all alone, dude.
I'm not. I've got Hagar with me.
Okay.
After about an hour and think you're now properly under the Gateway District,
Yeah.
there is a clattering from a pipe in the wall next to you, and a little white kobold head pokes itself out and goes,
Sorry, I'm looking for Nut.
do you speak Draconic just to check?
I do not.
Is that what draconic sounds like?
It's a very guttural sound. It's very little in the way of
kobold
vowels.
sort of like looks at you and just goes and just crawls back into the pipe.
He has indigestion.
Xandel's just gonna sort of like stand there, like for a moment, like waiting.
Yep. A couple of minutes pass. You just hear the sound of light snoring coming out of the pipe. You get the feeling you woke this kobold up with your shout.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna carry on and try and call out for Nut, following essentially this pipe work.
Okay. Another 30 minutes pass and there is no sign of Nut, unfortunately. Nothing. No more kobolds respond to your call either.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Alright. I think we maybe know the jester. What do you think, Haga?
Haga sort of looks up and nods.
Right. I suppose best crack on. It was worth a try.
Okay, so you climb up the nearest manhole, and you are in the Gateway District. You're not close to the Jester, but you are in the Gateway District. So it doesn't take you long to find your way back to one of the main thoroughfares. From there, you make your way to the Jester. By the way, the rest of you, he is now 2 hours late from his roaming in the sewers. So you've all been sat waiting at the Jester for Xandel to arrive.
Xandel walks in as if like nothing's the matter.
By the way, Xandel, there is a slight smell trailing you now after having spent 2 hours in the sewers.
What is that smell?
What smell?
She'll like go up to him and sniff him. You stink of sewer. Why will what?
I was trying to find Nut before.
Nut, yes.
Up.
I think you ought to go for a wash before we go.
Indeed. I'm sure your father's not going to approve of you stinking like a sewer. Or your sister. Okay, go wash. Go wash. We'll wait. We've waited this long.
Fine.
Why you didn't just go to his
I imagine even Haggar's just sort of like picked him up and started walking him off.
Haga has walked over to Rook, and Rook is like just getting like pitchers of water and pouring them over Haga, because Haga smells too.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Now that he's turned up, Val is gonna just, whilst he's washing, spend the 10 minutes to do summon Steed.
Okay, so let's bring out Artax, okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing this inside the Jester?
No, outside. Outside.
Just a random horse inside the middle of the tavern.
I was about to say, I'm assuming you're summoning horse, not giant seahorse.
Yeah, not giant seahorse.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a problem. Just like flopping around on the floor.
Yes, standard warhorse.
Okay, Artax appears, his white mane flowing and all saddled and ready. During that time that you've been summoning, about 5 minutes after that, Xandel is cleaned and in fresh
Probably
clothing.
cleaner than like anyone's ever seen him, because he's usually covered in like oil and various...
that would be some. Hang on. That would be something.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yep. As you're part way through getting ready, you're doing just like your sort of rudimentary sort of wash, just like you're doing it because you've been told to. The onsen door opens and Rook is stood there in just like a Funushi. And he's just got a scrubbing brush and a pail, and he looks at you and goes, "Clean."
Oh no!
What are you doing? No!
And Xandel eventually comes downstairs. Almost like you can almost see the sparkles coming off of him, and his hair has been combed, and he's in a fresh outfit. And Rook is just stood behind him, his feathers clean and perfect, and he's just looking very pleased with himself.
Xandel's probably trying to wrestle his goggles back at least.
Oh, like you when you get out of the bath of the onsen, you realize Rook had stolen your clothing and already cleaned it whilst you were in there.
Oh God.
So your goggles that had like years of grime built up in them are actually like new.
Oh God, I can see through them. How am I supposed to weld now? I gotten them just right.
Rook just
I
sort
don't
of
think I've ever seen you this clean.
Rook just sort of nods and goes, "Good," and then goes back behind the bar and picks up a cloth and starts to clean it.
Well, we are on our way to the stables, Sandal. You can always make some adjustments. And just like
Just
taps
as
him on
long
the
as
shoulder.
you don't get dirty.
Rook, the minute he hears adjustments and gets dirty, Rook looks up and you swear you see this red gleam in his eyes.
Oh God. Oh, I'll be fine. I'll sort
Right,
my goggles
are
out
we
later.
off?
Yep, I think we're all ready. I'll have
Right,
probably
I'll
have got
say
some
my
ration-
goodbyes, and
Yeah.
then we shall go.
While we were waiting around, I'll have probably have got some rations for a change, since it's something I always seem to forget.
Yeah, Rook is more than happy to like parcel you up some bread and some good ham, dried ham and some cheese, just normal sort of road rations.
I'll top up the hedonistic flask and my water skin.
Yep.
I mean, I don't need water skin. I'll just fill with water for everyone else, and then in the hedonistic, I'll put like a nice strong drink in.
Yep. Rook gives you run of the bar. He's like, just gives you a nod.
Right, that should keep me going. Gunther!
Gunther's been with you, by the way. You would have informed him yesterday that you're going off to Riverrun, and he is currently sat at the bar pouting outrageously.
Gunther, you don't need to pout. We're not going to be gone long. It's not like I'm going to war.
You only woke up yesterday. I only got to spend one day with you before you're going again.
I know, darling, but Santal's sister's in trouble. We've got to help her.
You promised to bring me a souvenir?
Sure, I'll bring you a souvenir. I'll find something nice. Yeah?
Something slime related.
Shut up, Val.
Gunther picks up a bottle cap off the bar and just flings it at you, Val. Does a that would be a 15 hit.
Does not.
You managed to just sort of catch it just as it was like going right between your eyes, and Gunther just goes.
I'll get him for you later, yeah?
Danke. But yeah, go help. I know you need to help. It's only fair. They helped me, now you have to help them. Yeah?
Okay. Right, well, when we come back, we'll go on a date or something, yeah?
I would like that very much. Maybe we could take your new ship out, yeah? On a little cruise under the moonlight?
Sure. We'll see if he'll let you. I mean, he's soulbound to only us, but I'm sure he can make an exception if I talk to him nicely.
I mean, I'm assuming you're allowed passengers.
I hope so. That sounds wonderful. We'll do that, yes?
Yes.
All right.
Sounds good. Okay.
And she'll give him a nice big kiss, and then she'll like slap him on the butt, and then she'll leave.
Ah!
Something to remember me by.
He just like sort of goes, well, you can tell the butt is still a sore spot.
Oh God.
But you all head out of the Jester with, assuming Val and Ert already mounting Artax. Yep. Head out of the North Gate, out of the Gateway District. And
Everything
I'm
today
so
is rude to me. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Players have broken me with a gift.
Wait, hang on,
Sorry.
let me see.
I really am a professional, I swear.
I think Aaron deserves a round of applause for that.
Yes.
He's done it. He's broken Buddy.
Oh, no. Break DM. He's the storyteller.
Yes. So, the rest of you head out.
For the audience, if you're wondering, it's a guy having difficulty sitting down. It's very funny.
Anyway, So, you all head out of the north gate, and you can see the roads stretching out before you. Are you going to rent horses, a carriage?
I'd say a carriage. How far is River Run actually?
River Run, Xandal would know, by horseback or carriage is about 2 days. Like Penka Forest is a bit further because you technically have to go like
Oh
sort of
yeah, I remember
past
now.
River Run. But the roads to River Run are very good and well maintained, so you get a lot more speed on them.
I think get enough horses to pull the carriage and
Yeah.
the carriage, and then Val can just free roam.
Sure.
I'm just deciding if we need the carriage actually.
Yeah, why don't we just ride?
Just ride there. If it was a longer journey, I'd have said carriage, but if it's only a couple of days.
We may be bringing Xandal's sister back, though, right?
Oh, that's true.
That is true. Okay.
You do have-
Yeah.
Let's get a carriage. Blossom, you
Okay.
want to ride in front with me? We're the most perceptive.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay,
nice.
you head over to Lucky Logan's ranch. Logan isn't there at that time. You deal with one of the stable hands. They obviously offer you. Do you sort of like hi? So do you want? Obviously, you're going to need 2 horses to pull the carriage. Are you wanting sort of low carriage, sort of like just a cart, or are you looking for something a bit more upmarket? Are we talking like noble's carriage, merchant's carriage, caravan?
Up to you, Xandal.
Well, anything really.
You want to make a
So long as it-
statement?
Not really.
Then perhaps not a noble carriage, Something hardier?
Just like
well,
a caravan? Or...
Depends on
Something
how
that can
fast-
fit people in.
I mean, if you're wanting a caravan, you won't be traveling very fast. They're made, more for moving slowly because you live in it as well.
I don't think
Uh,
we need a caravan. We're only going to go for a few days. Let's
Yeah.
just get a
just
hardy
just a-
carriage.
Yeah, a hardy
Okay, so
carriage.
just a general passenger carriage, all right.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
wheels out just a standard sort of like it's just like brown carriage with enough room for sort of 5 or 6 people to sit inside, and a team of 2 horses that pull it. He goes, all told, you're only taking it for a 2-day trip, and then how long are you planning to stay for?
Depends, really, on what happens, I guess. How long do you think, Xandal?
Depends on the mood my father's in.
Would we pay a deposit and pay you back?
I was about to say, shall we call it we'll call it just a general deposit for a week's rental. If it's more, then when you come back, we'll obviously adjust it then. That sound good?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So for this model of carriage and those horses, that'll be 400 gold, please.
Xandal pays me.
Okay.
Thank you kindly, sir. And he takes your name, writes it down in a ledger, and goes, right, well, you all have a good trip, and please, obviously, treat the horses nicely. We would like them back in as good condition as possible.
I'm worried that you even need to say that, but we will. Don't worry.
Well, I heard about you guys and the way you went and, fought land sharks. Fortunately, none of our horses got hurt then, but they could
We
have been.
don't like
So,
about the land sharks.
yeah, exactly. So, you're adventurers, you go into trouble, we're going to start asking you to look after the horses. We've had adventurers before you take horses and then come back and say they had to use them as bait. That ain't good for business.
No, I can see why. We'll do our best. No promises.
Thank
but,
you much kindly.
Do you have an accidental damage policy that we can take out just in case?
I'm afraid not.
We'll cover it when we come back, depending
Just
on
know,
their condition.
if you get too many of our horses eaten, you won't be renting any more of our horses.
Of course
Did-
not. Not it.
Okay. So who's sitting where in and around the carriage?
Me and Blossom will guide the carriage. So maybe
Xandal will
front-
ride with Hagar, and Hagar will be around the carriage at all times because obviously his perception's quite good and he doesn't get surprised.
Yep. Okay. So really, the only person inside the carriage is Vienna.
Yep.
I'm gonna say probably goes in the carriage as well, just to lighten the load for Artax.
Vienna's just
And
there
keep
on
Vienna
alone.
company.
Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vienna being treated like the queen she is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's like, oh, considering I just had this conversation with Tahlia this morning.
Okay.
Wait, what? Sorry?
About no one liking her and liking her company, and then she's sat in a carriage
Aw.
by herself. Nah,
I mean, you've got. I'm assuming we're probably leaving fish in the actual June Jester. Actually, it's probably safer for her.
Yeah.
yeah. To be honest, Vienna wouldn't mind. She's not that picky about it. She'll probably just be like lost in her own thoughts if she was there by herself.
Okay.
Tahlia will just like open the slot to talk to the inside of the carriage and be like, "It's not that we don't like you, Vienna. It's just, well, I'm here if you want to talk." And she'll just leave it open so Vienna can talk to us.
Okay. All right. So you all set off along the roads with. I'm assuming Xandal, you provide directions.
Yeah.
Because you know the roads around here the best.
Yeah.
Like I say, the roads along here are well maintained. There is constant guard presence up and down these roads. After a day of travel where you take the necessary breaks, you've passed, as you went out of Maham, you passed through all the fields and small and towns around it, and eventually you got out into the more wild countryside. Traveling along the road, you passed other carts going the other way, hailed by traders, just general greetings. The guards also going past on horseback. But you get to the end of the first day of your travel. Well, obviously the end of this day, because you set off at about... No, you set off at the morning, so yeah, it would be the end of the day, sorry. I got confused then for a second. That's because of people making me laugh. But you get to the end of the first day of travel, and you pull up at a... are you guys what exactly are you guys looking for? Are you looking for like an inn to stay at? Are you just going to camp on the side of the road?
Let's get
Camp?
away, like somewhere hidden and easily guarded. I think, just to be careful.
All right. So it's pretty easy to find somewhere like that along this road. There's a couple of forests and sort of like things around here. You just sort of pull into a copse of trees where you can set up and you'll be able to see the road, but it'll be harder to see you. And you settle down for the night.
I think like during all the travel and sort of like as he sat, Xandal's just kind of like buried himself in paperwork, trying to reverse engineer all the Eberron stuff.
Yep. Okay. Something you work on as you're going, but like I say, as the night draws in, are you guys posting a watch?
Yeah, I'll keep watch for 4 hours and then I'll go passive for 4 hours. Usual she is.
Yeah, Xandal,
Fiona or something.
Haga,
probably.
should I say, will watch all night.
Okay.
Xandal will
And me-
take a watch.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think me and Fiona will take shifts just because it works out with
Yeah.
our sleeping patterns, as it were.
Yep. Okay. So Tahlia and Haga first, then please, for perception checks.
Ooh, 26.
Nice.
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 Double 26. And then that's 20 for Haga.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't see anything concerning during the night. Nothing's moving on the road. You do see a couple of guard patrols go past with torches, but that's about it. Everything is peaceful.
I imagine them guards would have absolutely crapped themselves if they turned around and saw a giant robot, a gorilla just staring at them.
Yeah.
But second watch, so Vienna and Xandal then, please. Perception checks. Xandal with halflings don't have dark vision, so
They do not know.
no disadvantage for you, Xandal.
Okay.
What Haga was watching all night, wouldn't he roll again?
Yeah, I'm still using Haga's one
Oh,
perception
okay.
check for the whole night. The problem is Haga doesn't really have a way to, point out things that he's seen other than pointing.
Ah, I see.
13.
Okay. Xandal, you don't really notice anything during the night. You end up spending quite a bit of time using like just sort of like cantrip and just doing a little bit of more on your paperwork.
Yeah.
Vienna, you do notice something.
Oh.
And it wasn't there when Tahlia was looking earlier, but Haga also notices it and sort of clocks that you've seen it as well, so doesn't raise it. From another copse of trees further back along the road, quite far away, almost far to be seen easily, but you do see it. You just see the swish of a cloak for 1 second. Just like you, it almost could have been just like the rustle of like the tree leaves instead, but you're pretty sure it was a cloak.
When that Vienna kind of stands up and actually calls out and says, "If there's someone there, make yourself known."
Xandal will look up at this point.
Make a persuasion check, Vienna. Nothing moves.
No.
You can't see anything now.
She's going to be paying a lot more attention. Something's caught her eye, so she's going to be like really looking out for now.
Okay.
For something now.
But the rest of the night passes uneventfully, and dawn breaks, and everyone awakes. And Vienna, in the light of day, you're looking at this copse of trees. You still can't see anything.
I imagine. Sorry. Bike going past. Yeah, I imagine Haga would have been like staring at the same spot as well. So I imagine they both just sort of like stood side by side, just like
staring.
Yeah.
Because Haga noticed it as well. Xandal's probably just gone back to his work until he's fallen back asleep.
Yeah, but no, there is nothing that you can see there now.
Okay. She doesn't act on it because we haven't been attacked, so.
Yes.
Okay. So you all have a quick breakfast of your rations, and then load back up onto and around the cart. And you begin.
Just before we leave, because Val is still in this super paranoid state because of the room break-ins and everything else, Val's just going to have a quick look around his area and just double check that all his stuff's still there as well. I know we had a watch on, he's just like doubly paranoid.
Roll an investigation check.
Nope, sees nothing.
Yeah, everything's exactly where you left it.
Cool.
Okay. Alright. As your second day of travel begins, you ride further along this road, and the countryside begins to change. You see the forest to sort of your north gets thicker, and you know that is sort of the southern tip of Penka Forest, and this road is now skirting around the edge of that. But to your sort of southeast direction, you can just see like the rolling green fields continue for some way, and then there is just this brown and black landscape, and there's these shards of stone that stick up into the sky, and it just looks very foreboding in that direction. Xandal, you would know that is the desolation of Samuta over in that direction.
Yeah. I will explain this to them and all the dangers that come with it.
What's Samuta?
It's dead land, essentially. We don't know why, but essentially this is why I ended up in Maham.
Is Samuta not a name? Is it not? It sounds like it's named after something.
Yeah, Xandal, you would know a bit of the history.
Okay.
Samuta was a pre-calamity city.
Yeah.
But during the calamity, it was one of the battlefields during that during the divergence and that war, and the amount of divine and devilish and fiendish power that was released there has just ruined the land
Yeah.
completely. There is supposedly still ruins of the city somewhere within, but no one ever dares venture too deeply.
Yeah, so he will explain all that and pretty much end it up with this is the reason why I'm in Maham.
How?
Well, I was sent here to become a transmutation wizard.
That's not what you did, though, is it, Sandal?
Well, no. Magic can't solve everything.
True.
Science can help.
You can also do a lot of damage, Sandal.
Yes, but not everyone can use magic. What's
I
the
meant
point
science.
of me? Science has helped a lot of people. From your
Well,
scissors. I mean,
I know, but like it can, it's still a line. There's still lines, right?
yes, obviously.
Both can
But-
be abused and used for the wrong things.
I understand
Yes.
what Zandal's saying. If it's not his forte, then it's not his forte. But
It's more the fact that what's the point in relying on one person to save everything? You have a transmutation wizard, sure. But not everyone can use magic. What would happen if I wasn't there?
I have a point there, that's for sure. It's better
Science
to have,
can be taught to everyone
Hmm.
in time. In a shorter amount of time than magic can.
Yes, that is true. It took me ages to come up with that bolt spell.
See?
I needed Dargus's help for that one.
Exactly. My father was not happy about it.
Yes, well, parents aren't always
Mm,
right. They just think that they are.
yes. Oh well, onward we go. This way.
Yes.
Okay. By sort of mid-afternoon, you can see in the distance the town beginning to draw into view. During this time, you have been passing through. Again, this area is now much more farmed. There are like crop fields, small farmsteads, the odd hamlet. Xandal, how obvious are you, by the way?
I'm a halfling on a robot gorilla.
Yeah, but I mean like, are you trying to hide your identity, or are you like riding with like your goggles up and your hair out and that sort of thing?
I'm kind of just sort of like huddled down in the back of Hager, reading through notes, not really paying attention to what's going on around me, just rather the way that I'm going.
Okay, so you're pretty hard to see, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. But as you guys draw closer to the town, the road at one point goes quite close to the desolation, and you can see in the distance towards it what looks to be the beginnings of a wall. Like, you can see the foundations and construction.
Is that Trump? Sorry.
But you can see closer to the town, this wall is completed, but like it's like obviously wants to be coming along here. But there's just like the beginnings of construction, and you can see scars in the ground, like scorch marks, cuts. Like you can see a giant boulder that looks like it's been hurled and has crashed through part of the wall. And you can see that this is an area of obviously contention between whatever dwells in the desolation and the guards, and obviously Xandal's father, who want to build this wall. So the two who are riding the coach, which is Tahlia and Blossom, and Val. Yeah, that's who's outside.
Yep.
Xandal, you would already know this. You don't need to make me a perception check, but could you three make me perception checks, please?
Okie dokie.
27.
21.
Blossom, you're
For once,
you're-
Blossom rolls low.
yeah, you're paying too much attention to like guiding the horses as they're getting a little jitterish. But Tahlia and Val, you notice that the wall is built still on the green, like the field it's in is still green and alive, and you can see where like the black dead lands of Samuta are, but then you see almost like veins of corrupted earth moving through the meadow towards the wall, and you can see that they look like, and Xandal, you who have been here before know that the desolation didn't used to be this close.
That looks
This is
worrying.
not good.
Xandal, what is that stuff?
This is what is known as the desolation. It seems to be killing more and more of the land around it.
Is it supposed to do that?
Well, in my time growing up around here, it didn't really move all that far. I mean, it spread a little bit, but we just assumed that was just the death sort of like digging through the roots of plants and slowly killing them. But this is
Concerning?
a little, yes. Last time I was here, this was about, I'd say, roughly about 3/4 of a mile further that way.
So it's spreading. I wonder what's causing it.
Is there something that could react with it to cause it to spread, or something to like awaken it, or something?
Honestly, divine and evil powers, it's all nonsense to me. I don't understand much of it.
Very odd.
Someone like Rachna understand it?
I mentioned it to him before. He never really said much to me about it. Whether he knows anything about it is...
Are there experts in town? Perhaps some kind of organization. Would they know?
Well, I'm sure
This
they'd have,
happened
yeah.
many, many years ago.
They'd
Yeah,
have done something
Xandal,
by now.
I mean
yeah.
more
You
the
know-
current situation.
Xandal, you know that adventurers and researchers have gone into the desolation of Samuta to A, try and find the ruins of the city, and B, to try and find the source of this creeping rot.
Yeah,
None have ever returned.
yeah. People go into the desolation, they've never come back out.
That's a bit problematic if you want to figure out what's wrong if they don't come back.
Yes.
Don't know
The
whether-
thing is given the rate at which things die there, scientifically, I imagine it would affect metals in a rusting matter. Biological products, as you can see, just
Well,
die.
Xandal, you do know there are creatures that live in the desolation. It's why the wall has to be built, to protect.
Yeah.
Like the actual rot itself only really seems to affect the land.
Okay.
So the main problem that you have with the desolation is that there is nothing to eat there. There's no
Yeah.
way you can grow crops. That nothing grows there.
I assume
main-
that the things that live on there aren't sort of like natural like entities.
You would know that quite commonly they think that there is, like, you remember a time from your youth when a manticore came out of the desolation and attempted to raid the town and the guards had to slay it. That is the main problem that your father has with the desolation, other than the rot, is the things that live there raid the town,
Yeah.
the villages, everything like that, because there's no food for them there, so they get it from around the desolation.
Yeah, so they come out of the desolation to grab
Yeah,
it.
but because it's so safe for them in the desolation from guards, hunters, adventurers,
Yeah.
they live there because it's safe for them. like the further you get into the desolation, you don't know what happens further in, but on the outskirts there's no risk of like metal rotting or anything like that.
Yeah. So I would explain that, but Xandal, being the cautious type that he is, he does explain that, you know, he doesn't know what effects the rot has further in. It could affect more of the land-based sort of like mass rather than the flora fauna sort of thing, dependent on how strong it is. So it could still affect metals and the like, but along the outskirts, it is primarily the flora fauna and the landscape itself.
Well,
Well, I will hopefully not have to deal with the problem, but it might be something to keep an eye on.
It could well be.
All right. As you guys come up to the town of Riverrun, you can now see it clearly. And it is a beautiful, picturesque town built around a nexus of 3 rivers that join together, forming into one larger river. And as you come over sort of a rise, you can look sort of down into, or see the town laid out before you. And it's cobbled streets and arching bridges going over all the canals and tributaries. You can see that the main sort of citadel, which at Xandal you know is, there is the citadel, and right next to it is the Baron's Hall, which
Yeah.
obviously your father's residence, is on a central island where these 3 rivers meet and converge into this one central thing, forming a natural moat. But you can see the town ahead of you is beautiful and rustic and looks lovely. Just this whole town built in and around rivers.
Xandal just sort of like looks around it. It's almost sort of like a nostalgic look in his eye. And then quickly just sort of like composes himself and just makes his way down, leading the way.
Okay. So
into
as you
the town.
guys start moving into the town, you can see there are crowds moving along the streets. It's late afternoon now. Most of the people are sort of finishing work, heading off to taverns or home. No one seems to notice you at first, Sandal, although you're drawing a lot of eyes because of, you know, Hagar.
Yeah.
Like Val, as you sort of ride out from behind the coach,
Yeah.
you hear someone say, "Stalker! Stalker!" and everyone scatters. There's screams and shouts and people running.
Stalker? What the hell are they on about?
And you hear the ringing of a bell, and you see guards coming out of buildings and sort of going, "Where is it? Where is it?"
Where is what?
Val slows his horse.
One of the guards sees you and goes, like squints, and then brings out a lantern and raises it up and sees the sheen of your scales and goes, "Ugh. False alarm, Dragonborn, Dragonborn, bloody lizard," and puts the lantern away.
Well, excuse you.
What the hell is this stalker?
Just a quick question. Are most of the residents here sandal-sized?
The residents here are a mixture of humans and halflings, yes. There is about a 50-50 split.
Because I'd find it hilariously comical if Sandal was Val was just insulted by someone about a third of his size.
Oh yeah, it was a halfling. It was a halfling guard. It was a halfling guard who just insulted him.
I can still take offence to somebody saying bloody lizard. You know.
Whatever their size.
But you see the guards going around knocking on doors and going, "Don't worry, it's not a stalker. It's just one of those bloody dragonborns. Should have stayed down in the holes they were spawned from." Just like moving around. But Xandal, you would know one of the main groups that lives in the Desolation of Samuta is a group known as Scaled Stalkers,
Yeah.
who look like a mix between lizard folk and dragonborn.
Okay.
And they are raiders by trade.
So basically, lizard gnolls.
A bit different.
In the sense of they're, a menace and a pest.
Yeah. I would apologize to Val and explain the situation and that people tend to be quite on edge around.
I was going to say,
reptilian thought.
Val's not with the group. Val's gone after the guy that made the comment.
Oh God!
All right.
Fuck's sake,
Yeah,
Val.
So I will phrase
the
how I've
guy
done
is-
this.
Yeah.
So the guy's going door to door, and Val
Yep.
just kind of inquisitively looked a bit closer and heard that comment of should have stayed in the holes they climbed out of or whatever. And Val is just gonna sit on the floor in between him and leaving the house, and just go, "Don't you think you should be a little bit more polite to visitors to your town?"
He just sort of looks at you and goes, "We never asked for a bloody dragonborn to come to our town."
You just said the boom, boom, boom.
And have you got any idea why I'm here, or why I'm visiting, or, in fact, what any of my intentions are?
Don't know. Don't care. All dragonborn are trouble. You lot
Valdesian.
and your bloody god started the calamity. Keep out of our way.
And
Valdesian.
which god is
Isn't that
that,
him?
sorry?
That bloody five-headed dragon, bitch.
That's Tiamat. That's not even the right freaking dragon god. Jeez.
Yeah, so, and he rummages in his bag and pulls out his flyers.
Oh no!
Criterion.
We've got a moment to talk about our Lord and Saviour Triferian.
And just
Just
goes...
out of curiosity, there's something about paladins of flyers, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And just goes, "I'm a paladin," shows the flyer. "That isn't my god. I have a different god, and I'm not here to cause any trouble. I just
Again,
think you should be a little bit more
don't know.
polite."
Don't care. Keep out our way. We'll keep out your way. Got it?
Valdesian, let me explain. I'm sorry.
The
It
guard
completely
hears
slipped my
your
mind.
voice, looks up, sees you, goes, Sir Xandal, we didn't know you were coming, sir.
"Oh, you know Xandal?" "Oh,
How could I
okay."
not know the Baron's son?
And Val stands up and just walks over to the carriage.
I'm sorry,
Does-
I should have explained this before. It completely slipped my mind.
Does
We had an issue with a reptilian folk.
Oh no, this isn't just that, Xandal. This is
They're
Yeah.
racist as fuck.
there, like, you guys have managed to avoid a lot of this by being like mainly in a very metropolitan city. Dragonborn are not well liked in general because of what Tiamat did to cause the calamity. Like,
Even though that was
even though it was a
chromatic, not
yeah,
metallic.
but
Yeah.
it is very much
Yeah.
a case of like paint with the same brush sort of deal. It's like, you're a dragonborn, you're linked to her, we're not interested, sort of thing. Like, some places it's really bad, some places it's just like here where it's like, yeah, God, it's a dragonborn sort of thing.
That's fine. Val knew he probably would be falling on deaf ears, but he kind of just had to try and kill him with kindness a little bit, and just, try and turn that. And if he could have, then happy days. But obviously he didn't. So
By the way, Xandal, there is now just like whispering going on amongst people, going, "Lord Xandal's back. Lord Xandal's back. Does the Baron know? Does the Baron?" One of the guards comes up to you and salutes and goes, "Lord Xandal, does your father know that you were returning?
Not yet, no.
Who else? Wouldn't I
would-
imagine?
Would you like me to let the Baron know? I'm sure he would be eager to see you, sir."
Is he currently working?
I'm not sure.
Then no, it's fine. I'll drop in on him.
Very well. When do you intend to do that, sir? Now or
Well, we've just arrived. Rather not my presence of just be the talk of the town, but we would like to stable up, refresh ourselves before we introduce ourselves.
very well, then, sir. We will make your father aware that you are in town. And obviously, if you choose to come to him, we will make the gate guards aware. Otherwise, I'm sure if he wants to speak to you, he will send for you.
Yes, he'll know where to find me. He'll find me at Miss Polly's.
Okay. Don't believe there's a Miss
How
Polly,
are they with Drow?
I was gonna say that.
Oh,
Um,
I don't think they know she's there yet, do they?
Yeah, I'm in the
they
carriage.
yeah, they haven't seen Vienna yet. Tahlia, you're getting a couple of odd looks as well.
She'll just wave at them and wink.
Sort of a couple of them make sort of religious signs with their hands and just sort of scuttle back into their homes.
She'll just stick her tongue out at those ones.
Blossom, you're not drawing a massive amount of attention. You're more getting sort of like the odd looks of like, oh, okay, tabaxi. Never seen one of them before. But that's about it.
What's the reaction to Ert? Because she's kind of...
Kind of a mixture.
Yeah, Ert's drawing a couple of odd looks as well, but people don't really seem to know what to make of her, so it's like, yeah, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt sort of thing.
Yeah. I think with that, we're going to head to Miss Polly's cafe
Okay.
after stabling up.
Okay. You head off towards Miss Polly's cafe. I did not actually put a Miss Polly's cafe in here, but we'll make a Miss Polly's cafe.
Haha, gotcha!
I was going to suggest that you could have gone to the main tavern of the
Oh
town.
no, Xander likes his little creature comforts. He'd have probably found somewhere like out of the way that's not drawing attention.
Okay, so you head to Miss Polly's cafe, which is down sort of a side street and next to one of the small canals, and it's just this little like tea house. Serves tea, coffee, cake, that sort of thing, and is run by this lovely old halfling grandmother called Polly Parnack.
Pulled that out of your ass, didn't you?
Well played, sir. Well played.
We didn't notice at all, Paddy, don't worry.
I made that up on the fly. But so yeah, you reach the outside, and as you guys look in through the windows, let's just say it's doilies everywhere. It's one of those sorts of places.
Yeah.
But you get the horses like hitched up and the carriage stowed away. And then I'm assuming, are you going in, Xandal?
Yeah, Xander will lead the way in. It'll basically say to Ert, after sort of like acknowledging that she seems to like sweet things, to try like the cream covered tea cakes.
Okay. It's like, yes, I will. And as you enter, a little bell jingles merrily, and you hear a voice go, "Ah, 1 second, 1 second!" And from out of the back, this little halfling woman, very wrinkled, white hair done up in a severe bun, wearing a nice dress with an apron over it and her sleeves rolled up and flower-covered arms, as she looks and goes, "Xandal Goldhill! Ah,
Hello,
should
Miss
have
Polly.
known you'd darken my doorstep again, boy." And she comes over and grabs your cheeks and goes, "Oh, look at you, you've grown."
Not by much.
Do any of us ever grow by much? Oh,
No.
and you've brought. She sort of looks around and goes, "Brought some colourful friends."
Well,
Colourful, and then the drow looks around going, sorry.
She leans over to you, Xandal, and goes, "I've never seen a black-skinned elf before. That's a bit weird."
she's grey, not black. Jesus.
Well, I wasn't sure what to say. I mean, I've seen, all the elves coming down from Wygrove Stronghold and a few from Pandy Vale, but never one of your particular coloration. Especially not with that pink hair. That's no, that's very interesting.
That's a
Well,
long
the pink
story.
hair I can't really explain, but just think of us as the underground elves. And she just smiles.
All right, I can handle that. Well, I'm Polly Parnack. This is my little cafe where young Xandal here used to come whenever his father was trying to teach him things.
That sounds
Sandal
about
just sort
right.
of like gives an awkward smile. He's like,
The amount of
things
times
may
I
have...
had trouble with the guards knocking on my door asking me, "Have you seen young Sir Zandal?" And me having to say no whilst young Sir Zandal's hidden under me tables.
Sir Zandal. That has a ring to it, I suppose.
He looks more like a sir now that he's clean, though.
Definitely.
Sandal just sort of like stands there awkwardly, and he's sort of like,
Well, come
Polly,
in. Well, sit
one
down.
of your
Sit down.
finest tea.
Stop making the place look untidy, and of course I'm going to make you your finest tea, you silly boy. Sit down.
Fiona's
Okay.
holding
to
up a
have
doily,
something-
going like, "What is this?"
To have
Like,
something stronger than tea.
You'll not find any liquor in my establishment, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's disappointing.
But she bustles off out the back, and about 20 minutes later, she comes back out with pushing a little trolley, and on it is a full silver tea service, and she sets it out and pours each of you a cup of this beautifully aromatic tea. She sets out little jugs of cream, and she brings out scones and tea cakes and cream and all jams, and sets them all down and goes, ah, and she pulls up a chair for herself and sits down. And by the way, for all of you normal sized people, a lot of the furniture in here is halfling sized.
Fiona's trying to sit down on a chair, and her knees are actually in her chin.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
the building isn't actually halfling sized. It is meant because obviously it's a 50-50 split on the populace. There is human sized stuff here as well. You have to spend a little bit of time searching for the right chairs. And the halfling chairs have got little steps up the side to reach the correct height.
Tahlia kind of lift the cup to her nose and just sniff it and be like, what is this? Because she's never had tea before.
Fiona's still playing with one of the doilies. She's put it on her head now. It's like, is it
She's like,
happening?
give it a
Polly
sip.
reaches over and slaps your hand, Vienna, and goes, "I don't know where you come from, dear, but we have manners in this town. Put the doily down and enjoy your tea."
She slowly
Drink your goddamn tea.
Okay, I've been told off. I'll put it
Tahlia
down.
will
Yeah.
sip it and just be like, not sure if I like it.
Now, Zandal, your big... she sort of looks at Hagar and goes, "Friend? I understand creatures like that like bananas? Is that right?"
Hagar doesn't really need to eat.
Oh,
It's fine.
okay. Well, that's handy. Anyway,
Yes.
how are you, my boy? How has Maham been treating you? Have you met any nice young ladies?
I'm fine. It's been...
Now, don't you lie to me, Zandal Goldhill.
Tahlia's like
Have you
biting her lip not to
properly?
mention the things, maybe.
Fiona's sort of
Sandal's just
slowly
going
slurping the
more
tea.
and more red.
Is Zandal regretting bringing them here now?
Well,
Yes.
I mean, he's
not
seen
re-
pretty ladies,
not really.
hasn't he, Fiona? Implying about the naked thing.
Multiple ladies? Zandal, you
I'm
haven't been
not
turning into some
like
sort of playboy,
that.
have you?
No.
I knew going to
I've
the big
been
city would
busy
ruin you. I
working.
told your father. Your father wouldn't listen, though. Oh, if only your poor mother was still alive. Oh dear.
Oh, Tahlia will go really quiet at that and just kind of look down and away and not say anything more.
Yeah, kind of goes, "Can you tell us about this town, Polly?"
Well, what would you like to know? This is River Run, home of the Gold Hills, which is Zandal's obvious family. The Baron, his Zandal's younger brother and his younger sister, and obviously dear poor passed on Lady Atilda. May Pelor and Arawe rest her soul. And we make our lot by farming. The rivers provide good arable land, and we just, try to deal with anything that comes out of the desolation.
Anything
Oh.
more unusual recently?
Like, wasn't there some murders around here?
Oh, yes, those horrible, nasty murders. Yes, there was a spate of those that happened, but they died out fairly quickly from what we know.
Did they ever catch what was responsible?
No pun intended.
No, never caught what was responsible. I feel sorry for the poor boy, though.
Poor
Really?
boy.
Oh, yes, we assume he ran away. Not been seen since. Hopefully he wasn't another victim. But his father was the first one to be murdered, you know.
Oh? What was his name?
The
Perhaps...
boy... The boy's name?
Yeah.
Hang on, I've got to check my notes.
And the father, in case we need to ask around.
Yep, hang on, let me get my notes up. I need to find the right notes for this. No, not that one. Goodness sake, you would have to ask me about something that I don't currently have the notes for, didn't you?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I can see your message, and yes, I am, but he has an actual name. So...
The boy is called Boy and the father is called Father.
There
Deal
is
with
an
it.
actual name that I made, and I have to find it.
Oh, we've sent him on a tunnel run now. He's going to be like, I need to know. What did I say?
I'm like,
It was all downhill from Miss Polly, wasn't it? Well, no, it's all downhill from the gift.
Our work here as players is done.
Damn
We're the
it.
DM.
Should retitle it "The Day We Ruined Paddy."
But yeah, as Paddy's trying to find his notes,
Yes.
Xandel's kind of just sort of like gone really quiet and sort of like, you know, from the mention of his mother and just sort of like disappeared into his mug of tea.
Probably grateful that he
Literally.
changed the subject.
Yeah.
How unfortunate that he lost his mother.
Yes.
I can
There it is.
sympathize.
Yes, it was young Giorgio, and his father was Gregori.
And what part of town did they, or the father die? Was it at home or was it out on the streets? Or
Yes, it was at home. Poor boy was found cowering in a corner. The next day, when his father didn't turn up for work, the boss went to see what was up and found the poor boy cowering in his... I've only heard the rumors, but apparently the poor man was eviscerated.
Eviscerate? That's a bit aggressive. Was it... did a wild animal get in or something?
We don't know. The boy didn't see anything. He said he closed his eyes and was... His father wasn't very nice. Apparently he had been beating poor Giorgio. And was mid that when it happened, and Giorgio was too scared to open his eyes and look.
Probably for the best if he got eviscerated.
Indeed. But like I say, unfortunately, after a while, the boy sort of bounced from place to place as these murders were happening, and then he vanished.
and the murders were all happening where he was?
Oh no, not where
okay.
he was. But, but he sort of got passed from a couple. He sort of spent a couple of nights with the guards, then went into an orphanage for a little bit, and then just vanished.
It can be hard losing your parents.
Indeed.
I know exactly what it's like.
Well, you'll
anyway, let's change this subject to something more cheery.
Yes. So Xandel, what brings you back? Not that it's not good to see you, but I'm assuming you haven't just come back for old time's sake.
I've primarily come back to speak with my sister.
Oh, Elise. I see her from time to time, you know. She sneaks out to come see me. I make sure there's always an extra cream cake for her.
Good. I knew you'd look after her.
Of course. I've also done the same for her as I did for you, hiding her from the guards.
Yes.
They were good kids.
You know, it's sort of like what age she is now.
Oh, she's 17, of course. You should know that, silly boy. It's your
well,
sister.
of course I know, but you know the time.
Ah. Oh, I wasn't
Has there?
aware that. I wasn't aware that Zankin had started in on that already.
Yes. Or it's about to start. I just.
I see. No wonder Helise got in contact with you. Arvon will be of no help.
Yes. Have you seen, obviously, the way this all works? Have you seen any newcomers in town already, or?
No, there's not been any newcomers in town. There's been the normal travelers coming in from Wygrove and from. There was not many from Maham recently after some unpleasantness to do with the ocean or something. Didn't
Yeah,
really.
that's fine. We dumped that.
Yeah, it
That's a different story.
didn't really affect us here.
Xandel
but-
was quite a hero, actually.
Oh, really? You
Oh.
again. You have been taking care of yourself, Xandel. I don't want to hear about you getting hurt.
I'm fine.
You do remember when you used to have to roughhouse with the other boys? I used to have to put the iodine on your knee.
Xander just kind of disappears into his chair, like.
Oh, no, of
behind
course
him.
not. He did more of the hurting of the bad guys than them hitting him. He's actually quite strong.
So Xander kind of sort of like gives a partial sigh of relief at hearing that people from outside of the city or outside of the town hasn't come in, which means, by the look on his face, it means like his father's kind of just like looking within the town at the moment for a suitable suitor for her.
Or they've just not come to Miss Polly's.
Yeah.
Well, I can certainly start asking around, see if anything pops up, but I'm assuming you and your friends are going to want rooms?
It'll be fine. I'm sure my father can house us all. It's not as if he hasn't got the space, is it?
Yes, but he's not exactly a paragon of hospitality, is he?
I'm sure he can make an exception.
Yes.
You've not met Lord Zankin.
At least we have an alternative in case it doesn't go to plan.
Yes, perhaps.
You can almost see like a more determined sort of like smugness to Xandel at being just a bane of his father's existence.
Well, make sure you eat up. I'll go put on another pot of tea. And she gets down off
Thank
the
you.
chair and shuffles off back into the kitchen.
Ah,
Right,
it's
Xandel,
good
fess
stuff.
up.
What?
What's with your dad? He doesn't sound like he's nice.
He has always been buried in his work, but
Familiar?
with the death of my mother, he didn't take it so well.
Spouses normally do not take it well when they're perhaps die.
He suffered, I think, possibly as much, if not more, than I did. I was very close with my mother, and he became more reclusive, authoritative, more of a pain in the ass, so to say.
Not good at dealing with grief, then.
Not good at dealing with people in general, since he sent me off to Maham to, as I said before, become a wizard that specializes in transmutation in an attempt to save the Deadlands.
Yeah, well, that's not a terrible
When
thing.
there's more to it than that, but there's far too many politics to wrap your head around.
Politics.
When I deviated from transmutation into artificery, and technomancy, my father became enraged. He didn't disown me due to the image of a lost child,
Politics indeed.
but rather removed my inheritance and gave it to my idiot of a little brother.
Right. Speaking of little brother, I'm assuming we're going to see him too. What's he like?
He's likely in the church more times than not. With the failure of a transmutation wizard, my father did not want my brother going the same route and decided that he was hoping on a more divine intervention.
Well, that's not a
And my
terrible
brother,
conclusion.
being the idiot that he is, just went along with it. No, anything to
see.
please Daddy.
Oh, daddy issues. That's always fun.
He's harmless, really, but he tends to be a bit more in your face than, say, the rest of us.
And your sister?
She's a lot like me, but more
Independent?
eccentric, independent. Both of us are essentially known as the rogues of the family.
Nothing wrong with being a rogue.
No. It's allowed me to complete my studies in the area that I'm more interested in.
Well, I mean, maybe if you can show him the benefits of your thing, he would be more understanding.
Again, it depends upon what mood he is in. But if he does become interested in my work, he's going to be very demanding.
But if it means you get back into his good graces and get your inheritance back and get accepted back into your family...
I don't think that's what Xandor wants, Val. It's more complicated than that, I'm sure.
I'd like to be on good terms with my family. I mean, my sister is essentially my life. But I'm happy with my tower and my gadgets. I don't need estates or land or grand titles or anything like that. I'm just happy being the crazy little inventor that lives in his tower.
At this point, could you all make me perception checks, please?
Okay. Ah, oh, fuck me, that one. I know nothing. Saw nothing.
Val didn't do too well either.
Haggers on a roll.
Yeah.
Saw nothing.
But we all saw nothing.
Except the one that can't talk.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Perception.
About to say this isn't to see. This is to hear.
Oh, get advantage if it's hearing them.
Okay. So Vienna, Blossom, Xandal. Well, we'll go with the three who don't notice first. So Val, Tahlia, and Ert. Ert's just busy stuffing bean cakes into her face.
I told you they were good.
Tahlia, you're sort of trying another cup of tea after putting a shot of something from your hedonistic flask into it. Seems to make it a bit better.
Nice.
And And Val, you're just sort of sat mulling over everything that's happened and people's general, like, behavior towards you so far. Like, Miss Polly's been alright, but you think, like, that's more because of Xandal being here than anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For the rest of you, you hear a bell ringing outside. Clang, clang, clang.
Is that the
And
same bells that we were nearly hearing?
Not alarm bells, is it?
well, Xandal, you would know this bell. This is an alarm bell from the keep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Xandal's pretty much already sort of like hopped onto the back of Hagen. He's like, let's go.
Okay.
Something's wrong.
As you
That does not
head,
sound good.
Miss Polly comes back with the tea and goes, "Are you are you going?" And then she hears the bell and goes, well, you all stay safe. I'm going to lock up the shop." And she quickly
That is
ushers you
wise.
out, closes the
Yeah.
door, and you hear it lock behind you.
Take care, Miss Polly.
I will. And if they try and get me, I've got a knife.
You stop them, girl.
Right.
You can see like shutters and doors being closed around, but as you sort of head towards one of the main streets, the guards aren't like doing a united front thing here. There's no like they're not setting up a defensive line or anything like that, Xandal. Like they
No.
normally. They're instead running around like headless chickens, looking under crates and like banging on doors and talking to people.
Xandal, I don't think this is an emergency. I think your father was trying to find you.
Xandal, you told the guard where you would be. Your father knows
Yeah.
where you would be.
Yeah, it's not that.
They're looking for your sister.
This is at this point. One of the guards notices you, Xandal, and goes, "So Xandal, have you seen Halise?
I haven't yet.
She was discovered missing from her room about 20 minutes ago. Your father is not pleased."
Don't worry about it. I have an idea where to look for her. Go about your business.
Very well. We will keep looking for her, and they keep he scatters off with the other guards.
Yeah. Would Adonia be within close enough range that I can reestablish telepathy? Or
Yes, she is.
So essentially, I'm going to call Adomiat back to me.
Adomiat comes flying in from a southerly direction, but near one of the rivers.
Yeah, and I just literally look at the bird. And I'm just like, take me to her.
And flies off towards the river.
And yeah,
Lead
follows.
the way, Xandal. You know the well, you know the land. We'll follow
I
you.
do. Essentially, yeah, I'm following Adomiat as best I can, taking like all the shortcuts through the town.
Yep. People are sort of rushing to get out of your way. Are the rest of you following, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Adomia, after about 10 minutes, leads you to the edge of one of the rivers, and you can see this is one of the rivers that leads out to the main river out of town towards the south. And you know that this southern river goes out down into the desolation. Like these rivers are the ones that feed the Black Waste down near Moontide, and they flow through the desolation to get there. And normally people don't go anywhere near that river because of where it goes. So it's very odd that you see a small boat in the middle of the river, currently caught up in the current.
Halise, come out of the water. You know the stories.
The figure on the boat doesn't appear to hear you. They are a good sort of 60 feet away, and there is just it's not rapid, but it's still fast flowing water.
Does the boat actually look to be out of control?
make me a perception check.
Perception. Normal roll. 18.
Yeah, it's out of control. It's a rowboat. It's a small little rowboat that is meant to just sort of like cross nice little peaceful rivers. And Halise is like trying to row against the current and is just making things worse. Like the boat is spinning and just being carried on the current, and Halise is like trying to dig the oars in and just getting nowhere.
Valdician, please, can you get her out?
Just flies across.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was planning.
Literally
Oh,
doesn't
gonna
have to
shit
say anything
herself.
else.
Yeah.
Val just flies straight over.
Okay, so it's easy enough for you, Val, to fly to this boat, and you see in the boat a small, smaller even than Xandal, halfling girl. Again, looks to be about 17 from what you can tell from halfling ages. Bright blonde hair going down her back in ringlets. Beautiful skin, but she's dressed in like peasant clothing. And you can tell it's like peasant clothing that she's like not necessarily stolen, but she's gotten from various different places. As nothing matches. She looks like really, really bad. Like she's wearing like a bright red tunic matched with bright blue trousers, and just nothing matches. It's not good. And you can see she's got like a small dagger at her side, and she's trying to row this boat, and she's going, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!"
Am I over the boat at this point?
You are, yes.
Yeah, I'll just go.
Gonna crap herself.
Xandal's literally just over there. He sent me to get you.
She jumps in shock and quickly pulls the blade out and goes, "Ah,
Friend?
you're flying? What?"
Yes. And the boat's out of control. Let me help.
Make a persuasion check, Val.
Oh.
Fails. She goes to her death.
With advantage
Kills his sister.
because you mentioned Xandal.
21.
Oh, thank God for that.
I told her 7, I was like, oh no.
She looks at you and goes, "All right," and she used the dagger and quickly like holds out her hands to you.
Just grab her and just like fly back over to the side of the.
Okay. Yeah, she's not heavy, so I'm not gonna make you make a check or anything. But she's like as you fly across, like you eventually get back to the bank of this canal, and you're able to put her down, and she sits there and goes, "Damn it! I thought that one would work."
Val's
she
also
looks
gonna
at-
like fly back and try and gain control of the boat and bring it back to the shore.
By this point, the boat has gone round a corner.
Oh, okay.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Maybe
Xandal
it'll
looks
be
up
like
and-
Lord of the Rings and there'll be another boat just randomly there.
He looks up and sees you, Xandal, and goes,
fast.
"Xandal!" and just tackles you.
You absolute mental case. Xandal basically just gives her the biggest hug he can. It's like,
She
what
hugs you
have we
back.
told you about that water? Even
You-
I'm not that stupid.
She hugs you back, like really close, and then like stops, pulls back, and then punches you in the gut.
Ow.
And she goes,
I like your sister. She's
"For
funny.
not writing to me for 10 years."
I'm sorry, I was busy.
And then she pulls you into another hug and like just like, "And that's for saving me or getting your friend to save me."
He was the faster option, to be fair.
And then make an athletics or acrobatics check, Xandal.
That one. 10.
She grabs you in a headlock and starts nugging you, and that's for calling me a maniac.
You are.
Yeah,
Xandal
well,
just does
brother
not
likes
seem
dinner.
to be
With
fighting
a
it
role
at
model
all.
like you, what do you expect?
Well, at least another one of his is going to turn out amazing.
Yeah, well, someone had to take after Mum in this family. And
Yes.
she lets you go, and then sort of just looks at you and goes, looks around at everyone else and goes, so these are your friends that you've been telling me about?
I told you that they're interesting.
She leans in and goes, which one's Tahlia?
The red one.
That's me, darling.
She immediately comes right up to you, and you know that anime thing with the stars in their eyes? It's almost like that. She goes, teach me to be a rogue, please, please.
No!
You shut up. You don't get a say in this.
She'll lean
Please.
down and be whisper into her ear. Maybe later when Sando's not watching.
Right, yes. Stealth. Yes, right. I can do that.
You're about as stealthy as Haga here.
Haggart looks visibly upset and goes and leans his head against the wall.
Oh my god.
Like one big metal finger just like raking in the mud.
I'm sorry, Haga. You have your plus sides.
But Alice just looks at you and sticks her tongue out and goes, Anyway, right. Are you all here to get me away? Come on, let's go. Go, come on. Before Father finds
know
out.
what's happening.
We're not coming to kidnap you.
Good rogues. Give all the intel first.
Fine. Look, Father's been doing the whole marriage proposal thing and betrothals and that sort of thing, and I want to be an adventurer, and he doesn't like that. So he locks me up in my bedroom or makes me have to go through boring elocution lessons and harp lessons and bleh.
That sounds
And
boring.
yeah, exactly. Why do you think I sneak out? I bribed a guard for that, but oh, the boat's gone. Oh, that guard's going to be mad. Oh dear.
How much did that boat cost you?
10 gold.
I
The
think we
bribe?
can spare that.
Yes.
Right.
Look, can we? Are we going? What's going on? Like, why are you here, Xandal? I know
Well,
you said in your letter you might come, but you never said what for.
firstly, to find out what is going on with you and all your
Um,
supposed suitors.
Yeah. I've not met any of them. Father has merely been sending out letters to various people, as far as I'm aware. You know, he doesn't keep me involved because I'm the girl
Yes.
and I can't run an estate.
No, I imagine he'd be trying to marry you off to someone that can gain him more influence.
Possibly, but I've made it well known that I'm not for marrying. She proper sticks her nose up in the air and like it's very much the little rogue madam.
Yeah, diva child. Very well.
Well, what exactly are you going to do? Are you going to talk Father out of it, or are you going to help me get out of here?
Maybe a little of both. Though I don't think adventuring life really suits you, considering your sailing skills.
Says you, Mr. Shut-in.
I'm not an adventurer, I'm an inventor.
And
kidnap him.
Yeah, who are you walking around with?
Acquaintances.
Acquaintances who are adventurers, who you are a friend of in their party, thus making you an adventurer.
I'm actually a diplomat.
Diplomats can be adventurers too, I'm sure.
Probably
Xandal,
the worst diplomat in the
Xandal's
world.
still in denial that he's a hero, so...
I'm not
I
a
would
hero.
never call my brother
You
a
helped
hero.
us defeat a, sea creature that wanted to release an evil god and, kind of
Wait,
rescue
what? You
pretty
didn't
much the
mention that
world.
in your letter?
And if we
Sandal?
didn't have an adventurer that could invent, we would have been attacked by and killed by that blob the other day. So
Yeah,
Rob, what?
it's a long story, girl.
I want to know.
I'll give her like a short rendition of it.
Yeah, Sandals just kind of sits there like.
See, he's a brave man.
Well, I'm going to be an adventurer too, and you can't stop me.
Well,
You might want to get a few more years under your belt first.
I
yes.
wasn't
Cool,
planning to
it's,
start off and do
yeah.
anything big like you guys have done. I was going to, start small, learn from hopefully a decent teacher, and she again stares at you, Tahlia, for a couple of seconds, and then, join up with a small group and go and do some small jobs, tour the various villages, the main roads, stick to places that are guarded, and build my way up. And eventually one day I shall be the one who finds the ruins of Samuta.
That's a pretty lofty expectation.
Have to have big goals.
Yes, but see that it doesn't overwhelm you.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to prove to Father that girls are just as good as boys. He expects these two to fix the problem. I'm going to fix it.
Absolutely. Of course.
I'm going to find the ruins. I'm going to find the source of the desolation, and I'm going to stop it.
Most of Armatae are girls.
Well, exactly. That's why I like you all.
What was it? We got Fish, Blossom, Vienna, myself. Yeah, pretty much mostly girls. Now that I think about it. It's only
just
Blossom,
like,
Val,
oh,
and
God.
Zandal that are dudes.
except for
Salazar.
Zandal, it's now
Palisar, Zandal,
Yeah.
and Val are the only boys. Yeah,
Yeah,
at the moment.
they're kind of outnumbered.
Very outnumbered.
Girl power!
I'd rather you put your talents to better use than diving
Like
off
what?
into
Knitting a
adventures.
doily?
Oh, much better than
Yeah,
that.
just got the doily in a pocket.
What? You stole a doily?
Oh, great.
You also have to bear in
What?
mind, little one, that adventuring
Don't
you can't.
call me little.
Little one, Val, she's not that much older than you. I mean, younger than you.
True, very true. You've got to bear in mind that adventurers always need extra people to help. You can't do everything by yourself.
Yes.
Again, I said I'm going to find a party to join. I'm not a fool.
I know,
I've done
but-
my research.
Also, your goal would not only need an adventuring party, you'd need a full row of clerics and mages and everything to help with your final goal.
Well, again, that's why it's a final goal. I never said I was going to do that straight away.
It's not
Well.
you give her credit for, I think.
It's actually a novelty. Normally,
Thank
she doesn't
you.
think these things through. She just goes charging headlong into one chaos after another.
Sandal?
How is that any different to us?
You got a point there.
Sandal?
Maybe she is built for it.
Yes.
Do you want a repeat of when you were 12?
What happened when you was 12? I need to know.
Tell us
reaches
now.
down
Tell us
and
now.
she pats her knee, and you remember when you were 12, Sandal, you made a comment that was not necessarily nice, and you spent a little while rolling around on the ground after a knee met a certain sensitive area.
She need you in the balls. Tahlia would just double over in laughter.
Sandal's like, why am I here again? What did I...
Because you love me.
What did
My
I do
big
to
brother
deserve
loves
this?
me. Sandal loves me.
I don't. You're a
Don't
nuisance.
lie, your sister is pretty awesome. I like her.
Okay.
She's got fire.
Let's make some progress.
Yes,
Where are we
that's-
going?
What are we going to do?
I'm going to... Oh, my father will know that I'm here by now, so I might as well
Go and have a chat?
see how things are faring.
Well, do you mind if I skip out on that chat and, I'll start heading to Maham and you
Not
and
by
your chat-
yourself, girl. Especially if you want training.
Haga, make sure she doesn't go anywhere.
Haga moves over and just like lifts her up, and she's like, "What? No, no, put me down! No, no!" And Haga puts her in like the seat on his back, and just like keeps her there whilst walking along.
Behave
Besides,
and I'll train you. Run off to Maham and I won't.
besides, if you try and go to Maham on your own, you might get caught by the bone claw. So
The what?
Shut up, Val. Don't put ideas in her head.
What's a bone claw?
You don't want to know, girl.
big nasty, kills people.
Well, now I want to know. Sandal, tell me.
I don't know that much of it myself.
Too advanced for your level.
Oh,
Too
Now
advanced.
shush and behave, and maybe I'll show you a few things.
Fine.
Good girl. Let's go.
Okay. So you guys start making your way to the center of the town. You run into a couple of guards on the way who see Lady Halise in peasant's clothing sat on the back of a metallic gorilla. A couple of them sort of like go to draw weapons and then see you, Zandal, and are sort of like, "Oh, all right, good. You found her then, Lord Zandal. Good.
Of course.
Well, are you taking her back to the manor?"
Yes.
Very well. We'll sound the all clear. And a couple of minutes later, the bell does stop ringing, and people start sort of unshuttering windows and etc. But you eventually come to a large bridge that leads across to this small central island that has both a keep and this manor and its grounds on it. And the whole thing is surrounded by wall. It's like a walled island, and there's only this one entrance and exit via this bridge, which goes through two portcullis gates, one at the town side and one at the keep side.
Xandal kind of just sort of like stands there for a moment, just sort of like staring.
And as you
Before
are
he takes...
staring, you see coming from the other end of the bridge a figure in green cleric's robes. Dirty straw blonde hair, tousled and looking like he's just got almost like he's just woken up, but you know it's more like he's just been running his hand through his hair in frustration. It was a habit he had a lot of the time. Your younger brother Arvon is walking towards you, and Halise goes, "Uh-oh."
Xandal just kind of shoves his hands into his pockets and sort of like, "Hello."
Arvon stops in front of you, and Arvon is taller than you, something that was always a bit of a bone of contention for you.
Yeah.
He's slightly muscular as well from his work, and now he's closer. You can all see the symbol on his robes is of Arawe, the goddess of fertility and crops. And he sort of, and you, Xandal, know as part of that he has to spend a lot of time actually helping in the fields. He effectively does a lot of farming. He has to run his own sort of allotment and grow his own fruit and veg. So he's a very down-to-earth sort of person because of the training he received for that. And he looks at you and goes, "Brother."
Well, wasn't expecting you to be the greeting party.
I wasn't expecting to see you. I was taken from my duties at the temple because of her. And he shoots a glare at Halise, doing her usual disappearing acts.
Well, you've always had your nose stuck where it shouldn't be, and instead of where it should be.
My nose should be stuck in the texts of Arawe, not in the texts learning how to run an estate. That was supposed to be your job before you decided it wasn't.
I didn't actually decide it wasn't. The person whose nose, or the person who's behind your nose is stuck so far in, decided it wasn't.
Yes, well, you made a choice. That choice had consequences, not just for yourself, but others. But you never do think of others, do you, Sandal?
I think of the greater picture.
Yes, the greater picture, and the little people get lost, don't they, in the greater
Not
picture?
really.
Yeah.
Not really.
But some people do, and some people suffer for it.
Well,
You guys just tell your dad to stick it.
He turns and looks at you and goes, I'm sorry. I don't think I invited you into this conversation, madam.
We're inviting ourselves into it because we're getting bored. You're not the person we're here to see. Thank you.
Come on,
And she
Sandal,
starts
let's go.
walking.
Sandok just kind of smiles. He's like, we look out for everyone.
Yes.
Can't save everyone, but we'll damn well try to save as many as we can.
That's the adventuring spirit.
Shut up, you. I'm not an
Nobody
adventurer.
asked you, Val. Come on. You like grab him by like his jacket and pull him forward along with Fiona.
Elise looks like she's going to make a comment, but decides to keep her mouth shut for once.
Wise one.
Arvon sort of watches you all walk past, and just you can feel his eyes glaring into the back of your skull, Sandal, for a while before you hear him like turn and storm off across the bridge.
He's a delightful sort, isn't he?
Head's stuck so far up my father's arse he can't see the trees through the glass.
Don't be too hard on him. He probably is getting just as much stick from his father as you.
If he had that rebellious streak in him, I'd understand, but he really
He
doesn't.
seems pretty rebellious to me. Just in a different way.
Nah, it's just stubborn.
Just like you.
I'm not stubborn.
Oh, you're so stubborn. It's unbelievable.
I'm not. I'm eccentric.
Totally are.
I'm eccentric.
Yeah, that's just another word for stubborn.
And crazy, says Halise from the back
Well
of Hagar.
said, Halise.
Right. I'm nearly here.
Yep, as you reach the other side of the bridge, the guards snap to attention and allow you through. Ahead of you is the keep, which is just a standard keep. You can see ballista attached to the walls on the turrets, and the walls are just plain stone. It's just a defensible position for the garrison. But you sort of move around to the side of it, and to the left around the side, you can then see the rolling sort of manicured lawns and carefully done topiary of the gardens leading up to Gold Hill Manor.
It's just sunk in that we're going to have to talk to a noble.
I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to say to the bloody... I've not seen him in so long.
I would be careful to start, Gather his mood first.
I imagine with you guys here, it'll all be airs and graces.
Ugh.
The heroes of Maham, the people that can save anything.
I wouldn't say anything.
He's going to want you in his pocket.
And he's going to be hard pushed to try.
As you guys move up, the front door opens and you see an old human, white hair slicked back, dressed in butler's clothes. This is a new hire, Sandal. This isn't someone you've met. But Halise sort of shrinks as she sees him, and he sort of looks looks at her and goes, Madam Halise, good to see you have returned. And welcome, Sir Sandal. Your father is expecting you. He's in his office. He wants to speak with you alone, please. Your compatriots, of course, are more than welcome to wait in one of the dining halls.
Very well.
The butler turns to the rest of you and goes, if you'd all please follow me. And he does guide you to a lavishly appointed dining hall. Beautiful table and chairs, and there's a selection of sort of like refreshments laid out. However, you do notice as you go in, there are 2 guards stood in corners of the room, just present, just there. And the butler goes, Lady Halise, I believe you should probably return to your room and change before your father sees you. And Halise hops down off of Hagar and goes, fine. I'll see you all later, yeah?
Vienna smiles and nods.
Good. And she leans in and goes, if this all goes south, you're going to save me, right?
Don't you worry, we got you. Oh, sorry. I thought she was talking to me.
Sandal, you're not there.
I
Oh, is
missed
she talking
who
to
she
me?
was
I'm
leaning
confused.
into.
Yeah.
Who is she talking to?
Yeah, she's talking to Tahlia.
Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that bit.
We all misheard. We were like, wait, what?
All I heard was
Okay.
owl. I'm like,
Yeah.
it could be any of us.
Sorry,
Yeah,
no,
she'll
Tahlia.
whisper back and be like, don't worry, we got your back, kid.
And she walks out and heads off to her room. So you all are enjoying the refreshments. Zan, you make your way through the building to where you know your father's office is. The room where your father spends most of his time since your mother passed. The rest of the house, though lavishly appointed and beautiful, doesn't feel lived in at all. It's kept tidy and it's kept nice,
Yeah.
but you know that there are rooms here that haven't been used in years.
Yeah.
As you arrive to that door that when you were a younger man was so foreboding and so worrying to be stood in front of, you find yourself now stood in front of it again.
Sandal knocks.
You hear a voice, enter.
Oh dear.
There's a slight pause before he opens the door.
As you step in, it's exactly as you remember it. The sort of wraparound desk piled with papers, the various war memorials around the walls, the blank space on the wall where your father used to have a portrait of your mother, the fireplace crackling, and there it sat at his desk. A few more wrinkles than the last time you saw him, and a couple of streaks of silver in his hair, is Baron Zankin Goldhill.
Hello, Father.
Zandal, come in. You can leave your toy outside, as he indicates Hagar.
He sort of like nods to Hagar and just steps into the room.
So, I understand you found Halise for us this evening.
I have.
At least you're still good at doing that, I suppose.
Yes. Much like you keeping your word that you'd keep me informed when you'd start finding suitors for her. Which you didn't.
I don't believe that I had started finding suitors for her yet. I had merely put out feelers. Rest assured, I would have made you aware when we got down to the short and curlies of the situation, if you will.
Basically, when you'd already found enough money to suit your needs.
When I
You've
had a
given me-
short list of suitable suitors. There is no point in worrying people when you do not yet have all the information.
You don't know her, Father. You're just
I do
only
not
thinking
need
of...
to know my daughter.
You do.
She is my daughter. She will wed well, and she will be looked after by her husband. She will marry advantageously, as is her duty to this family. Something you do not seem to understand, my son.
My duty is to this land. And you took that away from me.
No, I gave you the tools to do your duty. Had you done as I instructed, we could have started reversing the corruption.
I can start working on the reversal. I can get people to learn how to work on the reversal. Having one person know magic will not help
As you
anyone.
talk, he slams his hand on his desk and goes, "But it would have been advantageous for our family. I will not have peasants being able to reverse the corruption and claim lands as they please. Those lands are Gold Hill lands and have always been so. I will have a Gold Hill reverse that corruption, reclaim my land, and advance our family."
The name would still be Gold Hill. It would be the Gold Hill sciences that get it back to normal.
The sciences will not work. Magic will.
Look what magic did to the land. I know little bits of magic. I know how dangerous it can be. I know all of this. I do not believe that magic or divine intervention will save this land. It's going to require hard work and dedication. Not some cheap shortcut and parlor tricks.
Make a persuasion check, Xandal.
Not gonna
Oh.
lie, your dad's a dick.
Persuasion. 10.
I wish I could give you advantage, bro.
You watch as your father sort of leans back in his chair and goes, "And in the meantime, whilst your slow, careful scientific method with the hard work is used, what am I meant to do with the raiders, the beasts, the monsters that lurk in the desolation? Magic would give us the land back quickly. Magic would give us artillery, ammunition, things to clear the land. Not just change it, but reclaim it. Your
It
science,
would only be a temporary fix.
a temporary fix that could be built upon. He sort of gets up, puts his hands behind his back, and sort of strolls over to one of the windows and looks out of it and goes, "This is your problem, Xandal. You are an idealist, not a realist. We need the land back as soon as possible. Otherwise, we are going to start losing crops. Losing crops means losing taxes. Losing taxes means losing soldiers. Do you see where that leads?"
Yes, I see where that leads, and you're a wizard yourself. Or at least you claim to be.
I have dabbled very faintly in the arcane arts, not enough to actually cast spells. I can do the odd ritual casting, but that is all. I was
Yes,
a warrior first and foremost, and you know that.
exactly.
Rob.
And your fighting spirit has been tainted by greed and power and just absolute cheapness. Look at yourself.
I have done what is right for this family and for this town and my estate.
You won't even look at your daughter because she looks like your wife.
You see him freeze.
Shots fired! Fucking hell.
He turns and looks at you and goes, "You will take that."
I love my mother very much as you did, and yet I still have the respect to look at my family, even if I'm not particularly fond of many of them. Where do your loyalties really lie?
Get out. Get out before I do something I will regret. boy.
Then I take my sister with me.
You have no right.
I have every right.
Not if I disown you, boy. Then you'll have nothing.
Do it. I'm not afraid of you, Father. I used to be. I used to be intimidated by your power. But I'm not. I'm not now. I feel sorry for you more than anything. I'm taking my sister, and I'll leave you be. You will get no dowry from her.
You watch as his hand drops to the sword at his belt and grips the hilt. He doesn't draw it, but he is like, you can hear the leather like squeaking under his grip.
Hagar opens the door with a Domiat on his shoulder.
Your father's
Bring it,
eyes
daddy boy.
flick to him and goes, I expect you to be gone tomorrow. Do not return. Ever.
I will save this land, and I will do it without your help.
You can expect your stipend to stop, and I expect you to stop using the name Goldhill.
That's fine.
Your sister will remain in the family, and I will continue looking for suitors for her. It does not matter if she is not here. I have paintings, and I can still work on it. I will send for her eventually.
And she will not come.
That will be down to her and down to the men I send to retrieve her. Now get out of my sight. And he turns and looks back out the window, just ignoring you.
Xandal steps outside, and he basically walks through to the dining room.
Hagar follows you slowly. Actually, no. Hagar looks into the room with your father, and you hear from behind you a screech of metal. As you sort of glance back, you see Hagar's reached into the room to one of the suits of armor and has just crushed one of the arms. And then
Hagar's such a good bro, isn't he?
And
He's
then,
just like, I got
like,
you.
just sort of
Yeah, he's the best
stomps after you.
wingman. Xandal just kind of steps into the dining room, just sort of like all the bravado that he just had, just sort of like just drains from him.
How did it go, Xandal? Oh. And she'll like notice his demeanor.
Bad news then?
Are we leaving?
Yeah, we're taking her and we're going.
Are we fighting?
Sounds good to me.
No, we're
We
just
need to
going.
fight.
Oh.
You want us
Nice
to put
and
on a
easy.
show on the way out, or?
No, I think my message is clear enough. Probably Haggard's too. Well, legend.
Just a bridge when we come to it, huh?
Yeah, we'll deal with the next problem when it happens.
Right, well, should we go fetch your sister?
Yes. With that, Xandal just turns around and he heads up towards his sister's room.
Okay.
Should we follow, or? Probably should go as a group, I think.
Don't know.
We're gonna follow.
Yeah, Xandal's just kind of sort of
We're
like
gonna have to put on a front, I think. Right, let's
a
go.
little shaken right now.
And as
Tahlia
you-
will put like a reassuring pat on his shoulder and be like, "We got this. Come on."
Okay. You quickly move through the manor to Helisa's room, which a lot of you notice is a lot further away than you would have expected it to be. It's like you end up moving into another wing of the manor entirely. And you can see, again, everything here is well taken care of, but you can see, like, this is evidently where Halise reigns. Like, there are like suits of armor that are missing helmets, and you can see like marks in the wall that looks like they've been come from a crossbow bolt, and you can see targets that have been set up and that sort of thing. Like
Various
she's
parkour
obviously
marks.
yeah, like she's been training
Parkour.
herself,
Yeah.
and you can guess that she's probably been admonished for this and told off, but it's not stopped her doing it. But
Okay.
you get to her door just as it opens, and she steps out wearing a beautiful court dress, corset done up, pushing up admittedly a rather impressive bosom for a halfling. Her hair done in 2 pigtail ringlets, little bit of makeup on, and there's a couple of maids fussing around her trying to make like smooth out the dress, etc. And as she sees you, she goes, "Sandal, is everything all right?"
Pack your stuff. I'm taking you away from here.
So
And
funny what you can carry, girl.
her face just lights up, and she runs into the room, and you just hear it ripping. And the maids just go, "No, Madam Elise, no, that was expensive."
Please stay with her. I'm going to go grab a few things.
No problem.
Xandal heads back to sort of like his childhood room, assuming it's still in the same state that it was left in.
It is exactly as you left it.
Yeah.
Like nothing has been touched. The only thing different is you can see like someone's been in here and thrown a few things around, like some of your books, etc. You probably guessed Arvon probably having a temper tantrum.
Yeah. Xandal's basically just going to collect sort of like anything that's of importance to him, you know.
Yeah.
Primarily sort of like, you know, maybe a picture of his mum, and then sort of like books and stuff like that. And
yeah, there wouldn't be a huge amount. You would have taken a lot of sort of stuff with you when you left Maham, the first time, but there were a couple of things that you would have left behind. Things like, as you say, there is a small, like, framed portrait of your mother that you know you could fit in the bag of holding. There is a couple of toys that you know she gave you. You as the oldest, you have the most memories of Lady Atilda. Her having died giving birth to Halise. So there is a couple of things that have sentimental value for you. Because they came from her.
Yeah, so he's just going to take a moment to sort of like just focus on those memories and the actual good times that they did have and stuff like that, and before going out to meet with everyone.
Okay. You get back to Halise's room, and she is back in sort of peasant clothes, although I'm assuming this time, Tahlia, you've helped her pick out one that are a bit more, nondescript.
Yeah, I'll pick out a good outfit for her.
Yeah, she's in like sort of traveling clothes, decent cloak, and sort of like rough, like good leather that'll give some protection. And she's got a small bag. She's put a couple of changes of clothes in, and again, Tahlia, as you were watching, she did pick up sort of a small oval portrait of a woman who looked rather like her, put it in there, and a couple of bits and pieces, and a small bag of gold, but nothing much. She does pack fairly light.
Good girl.
Yes. Do I call you teacher or mistress or what?
Just call me Tahlia. That's fine.
Okay, Tahlia. Right. Wait. You were a military woman. Should I call you captain?
No, Tahlia is fine, dear.
Okay. Okay, and Sandal, you get back just as they're coming out of her room. The maids have both like run away, scandalized.
Xandal just sort of like puffs himself up a little bit, gives her a bit, gives her a big smile. It's sort of like, the whole brave face sort of thing.
Yeah.
Quick.
Let's go.
Before he changes his mind, huh?
Okay. So you all quickly make your way out of the manor, back over the grounds and to the bridge leading back to the main town. You move across. The portcullises don't slam down in front of you. You manage to make your way across and back into the town, moving back towards Miss Polly's.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna sort of like knock on the door to Miss Polly's just to make sure that
By the way, by this
she's
point, it is now quite late at night. It's sort of 10, 11. You do see Miss Polly come down holding a little candle. She opens the door. She's in her night clothes with a dressing gown wrapped around her and her hair up in curlers and everything. And she goes, "Yeah? Oh, Sandal! You've never come here this late before. Oh, hello, Elise. And welcome to all of you as well. I'm afraid we're closed at the moment, or did you need a room to sleep?"
No, we're going to be heading out almost straight away. I came to say thank you for everything. It's been
My
nice.
pleasure, dear. I knew your mother. I knew her well. And she'd be proud of you. Both of you.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Anyway, good luck. And if the Baron asks, I didn't see you.
You never have.
Never indeed.
He sort of like gives her a hug.
I need my beauty sleep.
Yeah, he gives her a hug and then just says his good nights.
Elise does the same, and you all make your way round to where the cart is stowed.
Yeah.
You all hitch up the horses and you begin to move out of town.
Keep police in the carriage, out of sight, yes?
Pretty much. Yeah, Xandel's going to be back riding on Haga. Probably a bit more attentive this time.
I'm gonna give.
Fiona's got company.
I'm gonna hand. Was it Elise? Helise?
Helise.
Helise.
Hallyse. Halise.
Basically, before we set off, hand her my cloak and explain if anything happens to wrap the cloak around her, and how to activate it so that she can remain as hidden as possible.
Magic item! Sandal, my first magic item!
You don't get to keep it.
Oh, you borrowed one.
Oh. Fine.
But if anything happens, that'll keep you hidden.
Right, okay.
Keep hidden is the first lesson.
Yes, stealth. Right, okay.
Very important. Maybe, if you keep hidden, we'll think about getting you one of your own.
Yes, alright, good, okay. Alright. As you guys make your way out of the town, the night is lit by a sort of 3/4 moon. There's no clouds in the sky. And after about 30 minutes, everyone make me perception checks.
Oh,
Ooh,
God,
fun times.
Okay, we'll start with.
And Blossom, this is hearing, so you have advantage.
Nice.
I rolled and it didn't post in chat. Or did it?
16.
You got a 24.
I did?
Tahlia. Yeah.
Okay, it didn't post in chat. I can't see it. What
It's
the hell?
above mine.
Okay.
Yeah, above you, all I can see is Xandal's, not mine. Proper.
Okay.
That's the
No,
best
I
which
can't-
Roll20's
I can't
done.
see.
Urt and Valdizian. Yeah, basically just Valdizian and
Oh,
Xandal.
I see it now.
You're sort of all busy talking amongst yourselves, and you sort of not really paying much attention. Everyone else, you hear the ringing of a bell back the way you came,
Ah, knew it changes mind.
as well as bells from the wall.
That means they're being attacked, right?
Yeah.
Or he's trying to stop us, one or the other. Difficult. Tree.
Zandal, once this is pointed out to you, you can hear it as well, and you know the wall bell is only rung when something has breached the wall.
Let's go. We've got to save them.
Yes, indeed.
We go to the wall, right?
We're going to the wall.
Okay.
Okay, so you quickly move off a side track that leads up to the wall. As you get to the wall, you can see a whole section of it is broken.
Essentially, I'm going to order Adomiat to make sure that Halise is safe.
Yes,
Okay.
away, hidden.
Yeah.
There's as you get closer still, you can see there are there's no fighting here. The wall is broken, and there is just a trail leading to the town.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it ain't fucking small.
There
Yep.
is a lot of broken stonework all over the ground.
Please don't be a land shark. Please don't be a ballet.
Gotta be.
For those outside the carriage, make perception checks.
What, another one?
Yep.
Still sound
one.
resist sight.
No,
10.
this is sight.
Oh,
Those without dark vision make it an advantage.
a disadvantage. Okay.
Oh, disadvantage for me. Okay, let me roll that one again.
Shit, nobody's gonna see anything. Oh, thank God.
Does Ert have dark vision?
Wait.
I believe Ert does, because
yes,
she's from a goblin.
Sandal does.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, same thing.
14 for Zandal. Haga has dark vision.
13.
And
I rolled a 10.
Adomiat.
I rolled bad.
Adomiat is inside the carriage with Halise.
Okay.
So Adomiat
Yeah.
doesn't see this.
So Ert is a
Okay.
21, Val is a 13.
Yep. Right. Tahlia's 10. Blossom's only an 8. So Ert and basically just did Vienna roll?
Vienna's
She's in the
inside, I
carriage.
think.
Vienna's in the carriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So immediately like the rest of you are sort of looking at this, and gasps, jumps down and runs over to pick something up and holds it up to show the rest of you, and it is half of a face, a stone face.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay.
What is it?
It's not something I recognise.
Looks like a statue, but the face is frozen in terror.
Oh.
Could I recognize said
I think
face?
I know what it is. Oh, shit.
Zandal, you would recognize this as one of the guards.
Think of what
the
enemies
face
turn
is one
things
of the
to
guards.
stone.
Was one of the guards.
Was one of the guards.
Oh, fuck.
Zandal kind of like perhaps knowing the creatures that come through here, would I be able to make a assumption of maybe basilisk or gorgon?
Make a nature check.
Something
Okay.
of that sort, I'd have thought.
I am going to use a use of my
Halfling luck?
flash of genius to add a 3 to that. So nature, normal roll. That's a 1. No, it's not.
That says 13. 10 plus 3.
10. Sorry,
10 plus
I
3.
only caught half the side of the dart.
Yeah.
So yes, that's 13.
You would know that there is potential for many things that have a petrifying effect to live in the desolation. There's been rumors of there being a Medusa in there. There's been rumors of gorgons. There's been confirmed sightings of basilisks many times.
Yeah. So essentially, I'm going to mention this as essentially Zandal's now on foot, having left Haga with the carriage, and is just hurtling towards the city.
Okay.
The town, even.
Yep.
What's your movement speed?
Not as fast as anyone else.
So
say
Val
25 for a halfling.
Val just starts flying and just picks Xandal up and continues flying.
Yeah, Xandal's essentially just going to start loading up his crossbow with the explosive rounds.
Okay. So you run to the city and you can hear screams and fighting happening. And there is, as you move through the streets, you can see again bits of what look like shattered statue. But also alongside them you start seeing bodies as well that look to have been, some look to have been like ripped and savaged by beasts, others look to have been cut down by weapons.
Okay. Yeah. Essentially, following the car. Well, this is up to Val really, following the carnage or not. Considering that he's carrying me.
Well, I probably carried you for a little bit and then realised I was going slower than my standard speed by just carrying you. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So essentially, following the carnage.
I'm guessing the rest of the party followed behind us, or
Oh yeah, we're following Hot on the
Yeah.
heels. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming you've left.
We've made
Helise
Helise
in the
hide
carriage.
and stuff.
Yeah, Hager's protecting her.
Yeah, Hagar will stay with her.
Okay.
I'll like whisper to her, like, stay hidden amongst everything. Do not come, even if there are screams. Don't let anyone find you. We'll be back. And then she'll like run off.
As you follow the screams to like the sounds of battle, you make what's the easiest way to do this? Xandal, make me a perception check. Just Xandal.
Normal, disadvantage.
Normal.
Normal.
There's a bit of light here now.
Okay. Perception. Roll. 10.
That is
damn it.
high enough.
Oh.
You do see what looks like a scaled tail whip down a side alley towards Miss Polly's.
Okay. Does Xandal know enough of the shortcuts to sort of like put himself ahead of it?
Or direct
yeah.
Val, you should say.
Yes.
Yeah. So essentially, that's what he's going to do.
Okay.
If he catches sight of it, he's going to essentially fire his crossbow in a manner that won't hit people but the creature, if you know what I mean. Sort of like high enough so that it's dealing up rather than across.
Okay.
Can I ask
you?
Oh.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
With petrifying effects, if it's like eyesight looking at something, if your eyesight is obscured, like you see like a blurred version of it, would it still have the same effects?
If you look in a creature's eyes that has a petrifying gaze, then you have to make the save. You can avert your gaze,
okay,
but you take disadvantage on actions against that creature.
So hypothetically speaking, if you had a set of goggles and rubbed some dirt into it, that wouldn't help?
No.
Okay.
No, because if you even catch the slightest hint of the eyes, the effect begins.
Okay, no worries.
Right. And it's at this point, as you guys come around a corner here from this side alley, this building here would be Miss Polly's. You see these 4 large, hulking creatures that look, as I said, a mix between a lizard man and a dragonborn. I'm going to post a picture in the chat so you guys can see vaguely what they look like.
Oh, my head just flopped away.
And Xandal, you
pretty.
recognize them as scaled stalkers.
Yeah, I'm just firing the crossbow.
Okay, so you do get a single surprise attack from that.
Yeah.
Can I, from his like cue, fire as well?
No, he would be in the lead because he's been guiding the way.
10.
10. No, it just, As it
No
flies towards them, you see one of them quickly raise a shield and bat the bolt aside, causing it to explode over the river. It's at that point I need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Okay.
I bet
7! Hey, we swap places, Fiona.
Yeah, I forgot to select my
Oh
token
yeah, I
again.
forgot to select mine as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I'm just
He only got
finding my
21.
sheet.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ah!
I won't go first, so I'm going to go to the loo. Be right back.
Okay, right.
Yeah, same, actually.
10. I've got to do rolls for a couple of things. Hang on. Oh! Oh! It's not going to go first, but wow, that is not the time I want to roll a nat 20 on an initiative roll.
Hopefully you burnt that 20 up.
Hopefully,
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
seem to have
hoping.
done so far. Okay. So first up is Valdizian.
Okay. I think what Val is gonna do is initially.
Welcome back.
Is if I was to put my blindfold on, are you gonna call that an action or?
I would allow that as a bonus action.
Okay. Means I can't sprint. I am gonna just do my 30 feet. Travel up to about there. And kind of have my blindfold ready, like wrapped almost like a bandana, ready so that when I get into close enough combat, I can slide it down over my eyes.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ready a basic Mortimer attack if something comes in, if an enemy comes within range.
Okay, alright. Vienna, your turn.
Would I know that these are the things that turn things into statues?
You would not.
So I'm just going to avert my eyes anyway, because I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I will switch my gauntlets over to an arrow
Okay.
and at least aim for this one here.
Alright.
So, Eldritch.
You
And it'll be with disadvantage, yeah.
Yeah, disadvantage as you are averting your gaze.
So that's one. Oh, crap.
There is no one in front of you, so I'm not going to make that hit someone else. But you watch as it just sort of flies off and like hits a building across the street.
Damn it.
Oof.
Try again for the next one.
That's better. That's one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
disadvantage.
but
though.
disadvantage.
Shit.
11,
Ah!
11 is not enough. It
Got
sees
it.
it
Ah.
coming and just sort of like ducks underneath it.
Damn it.
Yeah,
Okay.
damn it.
End of your turn.
Yeah, and I've probably burnt my nat 20 now.
Yep.
It's now the Stalker Grunt's turns. They are going to... move up to there. And then they are going to hold and wait. As then it's the leader's turn who's going to move up to there. The leader opens his mouth and just roars out something in. I'm assuming no one here speaks giant, just to check.
Nope.
I think so, but just checking.
No, you just
No.
hear him sort of roar something in this deep language, like "Fumbaladish," and that's it. Ert's turn.
Okay, Ert is going to move 30 foot forward.
Yep.
And she is going to cast Crusader's Mantle.
Ooh. And I'm going to have to look at what that does.
It gives all friendly creatures within a 30-foot radius of her an extra 1d4 on their damage.
Nice. So let me bring up
That's
Aura.
everyone.
As long as it's a weapon attack.
That's fair.
There you go. That's a 30-foot radius.
Woo!
Thank you very much.
Okay. At the end of Ert's turn?
Is that a concentration spell, or is that
It
a one
is a
time?
concentration. I'm just reading it again. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. While in the aura, each non-hostile creature in the aura, including you, deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage when it hits with a weapon attack. There we go. Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, that's... I was going to say something else, but that's a bonus. Sorry, that's a concentration spell as well, so never mind. That's done.
Alright. At the end of Ert's turn, Val, you hear a rumbling as from over the bridge you see. At first you think Hagar may have disobeyed Xandal and come,
Right.
and then you realise this is bigger than Xandal.
Oh,
and
joy.
you see a metallic bull come
I knew it!
charging
Shit!
across the bridge. Fortunately for you, responding to the Scaled Stalker bandit leader, it used all its movement and its action for movement to get to that spot. So that is the end of its turn, getting there.
Okay.
As this giant metallic bull, literally its skin is made of banded metal. It has two giant jutting horns coming out the front. As it paws the ground, you see just this jet of green smoke come out of its nostrils.
Joy of joys, and it's outside of my reach as well, I think. So I can't attack it.
Nope. That's the end of the Gorgon's turn. Blossom, it's your turn.
Yep. I will. I get to there. Move up to there.
Okay.
I will activate one of my Crimson Rights.
Yep.
That'll be lightning. I imagine that's better than cold. And then hit this one.
Okay.
$16.
16 just hits.
This is without averting my eyes, if that makes a difference.
No, that doesn't make it. That's fine.
Good. I'll do the second attack now as well.
Yep.
Okay.
20. That one definitely hits.
Yep.
So 14 damage for the first one.
Plus 3 lightning, and was it D4 for the aura?
Yep, D4 for the Crusaders.
Nice. 21 total.
21 total, okay.
And for the crit, yeah, typical.
Oh,
So 9
always, isn't it?
plus 10,
Still plus.
19 plus 8.
Yep.
So that's 27 more damage. Oof. In 2 slashes of your whip, this creature in front of you is now sort of doubled over, one arm hanging limply at its side and a leg looking lamed. It's looking like it's about to fall over.
Does that give me charges?
That does, yes. You gain 2 charges from that.
Did you include the plus 1d4 for...
Yeah, and
Okay.
double that for the crit as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Blossom, at the end of your turn, the rest of you hear from the rooftops over here. As you watch as crawling over the rooftops, 2 bestial creatures with lion-like bodies but human faces, spiked tails and wings,
They look
2
like
manticores come crawling over the rooftop.
Jesus Christ, I think he's trying to kill us.
I'm starting to think that now. Has he actually got bored of Armatae?
I think we ripped him too much. I think we're
Yeah.
gonna die.
We're now paying
It's
for it.
the poly thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 So, 1 manticore, this one over here, is going to make 3 tail spike attacks against Blossom, which is ranged. So, that is a 16 to hit.
That is my armor class.
So 1 hit. The next one is only a 7 to hit. And the last one is an 18 to hit. So that is
Sure,
2
2 hits.
hits. Got to find the right dice. So in total, Blossom, you take 18 piercing damage from those 2 tail spikes.
Sure.
And then the other one over up to the north is going to do 2 free tail spike attacks against the one who's actually done stuff so far was Xandal and Vienna. Xandal's exploding bolt probably is more scary, so yeah, 3 against Xandal. Is a 13 to hit,
Miss.
a 7 to hit,
Miss.
and a 22 to hit.
Hit.
Xandal takes 9 piercing damage as 2 just sort of fly out the tail and pierce the ground on either side of you, and then 1 just slams into your shoulder.
Yeah.
And that is the end of Paul's turn. Tahlia, it's your turn.
She's a little intimidated by that thing on the bridge. So she is gonna try and use See Fate and give it disadvantage.
Okay, so you activate See Fate, and it now has a disadvantage.
And then I'm gonna shoot a crossbow at the thing on the roof that just attacked Xandal.
Okay, so this one here.
Yeah, I'll use my crossbow.
Okay.
Trying to remember where it is. Ah, there it is. Oh, for fuck's sake, 9.
Mine does not hit, unfortunately.
That's the end of my turn. I used my bonus action already.
Okay, Val, it's your turn.
I'm not on the turn order.
Oh, sorry, Xander, what did you get?
5. So on the last.
He's after me, basically.
That's
Yeah.
fine. We'll do your turn now then. And I've got
Okay.
you on the turn
That worked
order.
out well.
Yeah. And now that I've actually paid attention to my infusions, I have a repeating crossbow, essentially. Mine self-loads.
Ooh. You're gonna have to make me one of those.
So I'm firing an explosive bolt at this guy here.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay. Whoop. Oh, damn it.
12 does not hit, unfortunately. As
Okay.
it flies across, it just, again, it brings up a shield and just puts it to a side.
Okay, and fires a second shot.
Okay.
Come on. Oh my god.
No,
13.
same thing happens again, just gets batted out over the river. And you watch
Okay.
as it just like this,
Uh,
that central one grins and just shows off these great big fangs and just says in common, "Tasty halfling."
bear with me. I have... No bonus actions. So yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Round
Vienna,
one finished.
it's your
6 more
turn.
to go.
No, it's my turn.
I mean, in the sense of the 6 rounds.
Oh, it
left
was
with
your
the
turn. Yes, sorry,
disadvantage.
Val.
Yeah.
Yeah, Val's turn. I'm getting
Okay.
confused.
It's because we're missing somebody. It's fine.
Yeah.
Val seeing this giant
No,
bull.
I think it was on you, and then he's moved the turn to the next.
Yeah, I moved
'cause
the
it
turn,
wasn't on
sorry.
Vienna.
Yeah.
So seeing this giant bull thing run towards him, and considering Val normally messes up and tries to fight the big thing on his own, he's gonna retreat. But before he retreats, he's gonna breath weapon at it.
Okay. So that is a dex save, yep.
Yeah. DC 14.
Yeah, it got a 3.
Okay.
It's not very dexterous.
And would you class a breath weapon as a weapon attack?
No, that is an
Okay.
ability.
It's just because it says
Racial
weapon in the
trait, that is.
title.
It's a racial trait.
It is
Ah.
lightning, though, would it? Would it have an effect?
have to wait and
No.
find out.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
no, I thought
it's-
you meant on the aura.
Yeah,
That's all.
roll the damage.
Yeah. I just didn't
Oh,
know.
Paddy, 1 minute is 6 rounds or 7?
Well, 1 minute is 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, 10 rounds. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Then it
it's
has
six-
9
it's
rounds of
6 seconds,
disadvantage left.
6 seconds a round.
6 seconds.
So you watch as the lightning courses through this creature, and it does bellow in pain and like move back, and just like you see a bit of like greenish blood leaking from like the joins in the metal.
And retreating 30 feet.
Okay. All right, Vienna, it's now your turn.
Okay, I am going to hop myself forward here.
Yep.
I'm going to switch. I may be at risk at hitting Blossom here, so I do apologise.
That's fine.
I'm going
Blossom
to
can take it.
Yep.
switch my gauntlet to the sword, which is the 30-foot cone,
Yep. So 5, 10,
and
15,
I'm
20, yep.
hoping that hits everything in front of me.
Should
That's going to
do.
hit Blossom too.
It is going to hit Blossom. Damn it.
Hang on.
Well, it depends. If you
Oh,
aim it
well.
slightly to the right
Yeah.
hand
No,
side
you
of it.
won't hit Blossom because a cone. You start the cone at Vienna as a single, then it goes
Right.
out to 2, then it goes out
Oh,
to
so
3,
it'll just miss.
4.
Right,
It will just miss Blossom.
So I will switch over to the sword and
Okay, so that is dex saves for each of them.
so
Skill for the first one,
that's
and
one.
for the second.
Eventually.
Your save is a 14.
Yes.
Yep, so that's a third fail. 1 passes. The leader passes, the rest all fail.
Okay.
Oh, they need to make multiple, don't they? Because you're doing 2 shots. Hang on. Well, the first one here is dead from the first one. Blech. That one passes the second one. That one fails. And the leader fails the second one. So, one of them only takes one of them takes 8 damage. So that is 3. Then only takes half damage from the second shot. So that is 6. The leader, this one takes full damage from both, so it takes a full 19. And the leader takes half damage first, and full damage from the second. Okay, you just you switch the gauntlet to the sword, and as you push forward and fire the Eldritch Blast, it just comes out in this like large crescent that expands. It moves away from you, and just the first one gets like chopped in half at the middle, and just collapses into 2 halves. The others take some cuts and some like slashes here and there, but they just manage to tank it. They're still standing, but they are looking wounded.
Good. It's a start.
Okay.
That's all I can do now. So.
Right. It's the grunt's turns. One is going to move to here. Going to move to here.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
And they are going to make.
That's a flanking.
Both going to make 2 longsword attacks each against Blossom.
That's both flanking damage.
And they both get advantage. So, one of those is a 22 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
His second attack is only a 11 to hit.
Good.
First one does that's 13 slashing damage. The other one's 2 longsword attacks. That's a nat 20.
Okay.
And a 22 to hit, so they both hit.
Sure.
The nat 20 deals you 22 slashing damage, and the normal attack deals you 18 slashing damage.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Do I go for that? Do I go for that?
Should I kill
How-
them? Or should
How,
I not?
well, no. How rough are you looking, Blossom?
I'm coughing up blood.
Yeah, one of them's going to do it. One of them is going to act
Oh no! Don't tell him that.
and make one more
Action
attack against you.
surge.
Yep. And that is a 23 to hit.
Yep. It can't deal less than 3 damage, can it?
No.
Oh,
That,
really? You're that bad?
that is 15 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
So are you unconscious?
Yeah.
Reese is so happy right now.
And this one that didn't use its action surge is going to move here and is going to action surge.
Yeah,
Does
fucking fighters! We're so
Does
in
not
trouble.
get advantage. So that is only
Enemies
a
with classes? What broken shit is this?
that is a 12
This is
to
D&D,
hit.
baby!
That is a 12 to hit, Vienna, which your AC should be 14.
It's 14, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you managed to just sort of duck out the way of this longsword as you've just watched these 2 creatures like lunge at Blossom and just hack at her with these long swords.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, now the leader's turn. The leader is going to 25 to there, and is going to make his 2 longsword attacks. That is a... Oh, blimey. He gets a +8 to hit. That's a 27 to hit.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yep.
Yeah, that. Of course it bloody hits.
And then he's going to... So that first one against you is going to do...
I am going to hellish rebuke it, though.
That is 12 slashing damage to you.
Okay.
And you're hellish rebuking. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll settle that first. So dex save for him. Failed.
Awesome. I'll just...
Good, good. Roll that damage, girl. Ooh, nice.
Oh,
That's nice. That's very nice.
You watch as you blast him with the fire, and he just shrugs part of it
Oh,
off. He
for
still looks
fuck's
like he
sake.
takes some damage, but it doesn't
They're
look
resistant
like
to
as much as you
fire.
want.
Oh.
He's going to make his second melee attack against you. That one is a dead on a 14. So that hits,
Damn it.
and you take only 10 slashing damage from that one.
Only.
But he is then going to use opening strike.
Jesus, wet.
I'm sorry for anything I've ever said to you, Paddy.
As he hits you with this, his first slash, he then turns to this one here and barks out something in that language none of you understand, and that creature uses its reaction to attack you.
Wait, isn't that Draconic? Doesn't Val understand Draconic?
Oh,
No,
it is.
it's
They're
in
speaking
Giant.
giant.
Oh, okay. That's a weird language for them to know.
That is a 16 to hit from that one. So Vienna, you take another 15 slashing damage.
Is Vienna's thing only with written language, not spoken as
Written,
well?
Yeah,
yeah.
it's only written. I can
Yeah,
only
okay.
read.
That is the end of the Scaled Stalker's turns.
Oh my fuck!
I'm saving the leader's action surge for now.
Thanks.
Ert's turn.
I know I've asked this before, and I'm looking at the item, Mace of Radiance. If I do my slam, what distance does it cover? It just says a wave.
Hang on, let me just find it. Mace of Radiance.
I know it's standard light does 30 foot, but it's the slam that I'm wondering about.
From the point of contact in a 30-foot radius.
Okay, cool.
So the same radius that she currently has up. So bearing in mind, manticores are up and above.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm gonna do the healing.
Okay.
So that is 4d6 plus my wisdom modifier.
Yep.
Plus an extra d4 for a depth healer.
Yep.
4d6. I'm trying to find my wisdom modifier now. 4d6 plus 3.
Yeah.
So 4d6 plus a d4 plus 3.
So everyone in the 30-foot radius heals for 13 hit points. So Blossom, you heal for 13, and you're not going to have to make death saves.
Well, you want like 1 HP or? Oh, Blossom. I'm just thinking this is not in death saves, but how much health did you get? Like above?
13. I just healed for 13, so.
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't remember whether it was just like you started from 0 and went up to 13, or whether it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you always
13,
start from 0.
however below you
Yeah.
are. Right, okay.
No. Okay, that was Ert's action.
And yeah, she can't do anything else because of that. I think
Okay.
that's her done.
Alright, it's the Gorgon's turn. The Gorgon is going to breathe in
Disadvantage.
and then exhale its breath weapon, which is a 30-foot cone.
Fuck my life. God, I'm
So,
out of range.
actually, it might move forward a bit first. There we go, if it comes to there. So, for a 30-foot cone
Fuck.
in this direction. So it
Oh,
will get Val, Ert, both those Scaled Stalkers, and Vienna. I need
at least it's hitting them as
all
well.
of you to make Constitution saving throws. Fail.
Ooh.
I take it disadvantage doesn't work on that ability.
No, it's a
Nope,
save, not
because it's not attack, it's just an ability.
I was just reading something very quickly.
Vienna, you have begun to be petrified.
Oh no. Well, it was nice knowing you all.
We are
So
in a
it
lot
is
of trouble.
+4.
Who did you say, and Val?
Ert and Val.
Ah.
The leader passes his save. This one does not. So he begins to petrify as well. By the way, Vienna, you are restrained during this.
Okay.
That is a save for Val. And that is a fail for Ert.
Damn it.
As
A
Ert
healer!
begins, as you watch as this green smoke billows over those there, and as it clears, you watch as Vienna, Ert, and one of the Scaled Stalkers' limbs just begin to turn grey and harden. Okay. Blossom, it's your turn.
Yep. For what it's worth, I'll hybrid.
Yep. Okay.
Hopefully it saves me.
Hang on, just let me find the token. Nope, that is not what I asked you to do. Roll 20.
We
Don't
should have
play.
started hybrid then, right? But oh well.
There we go.
We'll
Just
keep
give you
those tokens
control.
out.
Where is Blossom? There we go. There you go. There we go. So there's your hybrid.
You might have to put Blossom
yeah,
back
that-
in the.
Yeah, I've done so.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move her up into a corner. And hybrid is your bonus action, I believe.
Yeah. And I'll just attack that one.
Okay, go ahead.
Nice.
Nat
Nice.
20 for the first one, and yeah, they both hit.
Yep.
This is Zandal's first time seeing the hybrid, right?
It might be.
Might be.
Yeah. He's going to sort of like, that's new.
These D4s.
12. So,
Nice.
plus one with your crit, so that is 12, 20 damage, okay.
Mhm.
He is looking rough.
And second.
So 11. He is still standing, but barely. Yeah, your D4s are on point.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay. Right, that the end of your turn, Blossom, or is there any?
Yeah.
Okay. The Manticore's turn. This Manticore is going to fly down to here. This one is going to fly across to here. And then this one up here is going to make 3 tail spike attacks against Tahlia as you shot at it last turn. So
Right.
that is a 9 to hit.
Yes.
That's a 21 to hit. And a 22 to hit.
It's
So you take 2 of those. So you take 16 piercing damage in total for both of those.
okie dokie.
As it just sort of flings its tail out and 2 spikes just shoot out and stab into your shoulders.
It's not the top right one. Top left.
This one over here.
Was it the top left one that hit me?
Yeah, the top
Yeah.
left.
Okay.
This one over here.
Oh, hellish rebuke.
Okay, go ahead. That's a dex save for the creature. That is a 12 on the dex save. I think that your racial one should be 11, I believe.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm looking. It doesn't bloody say. That's helpful. One reaction, 60 feet, dex 15 is the save.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, it fails.
Twelve.
12 damage. Okay. All right. Okay. Right, and this one down here is actually going to move a bit more there, and is going to launch 3 spikes against you, Val.
Okay.
That's a 7 to hit,
No.
a 16 to hit,
No.
and an 8 to hit.
No.
Yeah, didn't do well that round. Okay. That's the Manticore's turns over. Tahlia, it's your turn.
1 second. Right. I'm gonna attack the. Oh, let me think. I'm gonna attack the bull thing. I'm gonna avert my gaze.
Gorgon? Okay.
Because it's scary. That, and I've just seen it try and turn people into stone, so
Okay.
I'm gathering that's what I should be avoiding.
I mean, we saw it
Is
breathe
it
out
dimly lit?
smoke that, like, turned people to stone, but...
Yeah.
What's that?
Is it dimly lit? Is it dark?
It is.
Or-
It is dark.
Excellent. Not well. We'll see. I'm gonna shoot it with Evan.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack.
I need to roll it with disadvantage, don't I?
No, it's not. It's dimly lit. It's not. And you're within range for your dark vision, so...
No, I meant because I avoided my gaze.
Oh, yes. You averted gaze. Yes, sorry. So, yeah.
Because I roll high, I had to fucking say that, for fuck's sake.
I was about to say, that would have hit.
17?
Does not hit.
Oh, fuck's sake!
You watch as the bolt just hits the metal and just pings off.
Yeah, well, I'm scared if I look at it, I'm gonna get turned to stone. I don't fucking know that it's the smoke and that we probably could look at it fine.
Bonus action?
I'm gonna keep it with disadvantage
Okay.
on it.
Alright. It is still at disadvantage then. Alright, Sandal, your turn.
I've lost track of how many rounds it's been. Is this our fourth?
No,
This is
second.
the
Second.
Oh, well.
Oh, okay, sorry. It takes so long.
Exploding crossbow at this one. So
Okay.
roughly about here.
Yep.
I will get one of these off. Bam.
Yeah. Oh no, hang on. Waiting for it to come through.
A 20 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And normal roll for that one. Hold on, I've got to roll a d4 for the normal damage.
Yep.
Oh, 1. And then I need them both to make a... Is it a dex save?
Yes. So for the Manticore, that is
Yep.
a 19.
Yep, that's a success, so half damage on the fire damage that's coming.
And 10 for the Gorgon.
That's a fail. So that's a D. Wow.
Oh fuck, we're gonna die.
The Manticore takes nothing,
Yeah.
and the Gorgon takes 1 point of fire damage as your explosion just like singes one hoof and it goes.
So that was first shot. Second shot.
D&D Gorgon a bull. I thought Gorgons were like snake ladies.
That's a Medusa.
No, but like in Greek mythology, like Gorgons
where's the
are
roll?
like
Yeah.
ladies with snake heads. Yeah.
14.
14 on the Manticore just
Yeah.
hits.
Okay.
I think there were 3 different things actually. The Medusa was a
Yeah.
snake thing, and the other 2 were different things. Can't remember.
Oh, they're just similar in like God of War.
Yeah.
They were like
Medusa was the
snake,
name
but I
of the
think-
woman.
But they were
Yes.
Gorgons as creatures.
Okay.
yeah.
6 damage.
4. That's the 4 from the
Yep.
thingy, and then I need them both to
Oh,
make
I
another
never rolled
dex
+4
save.
on my thing. I
No.
used Evan shot. That was a weapon attack.
But no, it's not
Oh,
plus
it
one
wasn't
to the
on
attack
big
roll,
roll.
it's 4 to the damage.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
16 for the Manticore.
Did they make their
That
dex
one.
saves for the explosives? Ah,
Yeah,
nice.
well, so nat 1 for the Gorgon, so the Gorgon takes the damage, and
Yeah.
the Manticore only takes half.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Hey,
Yeah, the Gorgon.
something.
The Gorgon's got a couple of scratches now, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay. And your turn, or are you any movements
Uh,
or anything?
I am going to come. No, I'm gonna stay where I am. I'm kind of like doomed if I move anywhere, regardless. So
Ranged support.
Val,
yeah.
it's your turn.
Okay,
round.
last time we dealt with petrification, I think because we didn't have any other healing, we either used lay on hands or lesser restoration to help with it. However, that was, I think, because we didn't have a healer. Would that still be in place now, or?
I would allow you to use lay on hands to cure it at the stage it's currently on Urt and Vienna. If
Okay.
they turn fully to stone, then no.
And is that still,
And
was
it's
it
going
10?
to take, yeah, it's still, I was about to say, it's going to take like double the amount of normal hit points that you would for curing a disease, so 10, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to lay on hands on her for 10.
Okay, so her petrification clears up.
Okay, and it was either that or I would have tried to get her to do greater restoration on herself, but that's a level 5 spell and it would have been burnt.
You guys do have other options as well.
Do we? Okay.
You've got to remember them, but that's your problem, not mine.
Okay. But lay on hands for another 10.
You can only do one lay on hands. That is your action.
Is it?
Lay on hands is an action.
Okay, in that case, what to do?
Is it a bonus action for self, or
Nope, full
is
action
it just,
for anything.
just an action? Holy shit.
Yeah.
He's going to retreat a little bit further.
It's because you can pump multiple hit points into a single lay on hands.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Actually, just trying to work out what I'm going to do. I'm going to move myself to about there, just so that I can get into combat next round. But
Yep.
I'm also going to bonus action for Vienna. I'm going to do Shield of Faith.
Okay. So Vienna gets Shield of Faith.
That's
Okay.
Val's turn.
Alright, Vienna, it's your turn. You are restrained.
And I'm very annoyed about it. So, now that my gauntlet is already on sword, she's now going to turn around, face the Manticore and the Gorgon, and Eldritch Blast them with the sword part. So,
Okay,
the 30
go ahead.
bone to
Yep.
hit both of them.
So that's dex saves for those two. 2 saves for each. The Gorgon gets a nat 20 on the first one, and an
Really?
18 on the second. So half damage for both. The Manticore gets a 10 and a nat 20. Wow, that dice is doing well.
Oh my god. So that was
So-
a waste.
Oh, you still do damage. They just take the Gorgon only takes half damage on these two. So takes 3 damage from that in total, and the Manticore takes half damage from the second one, full damage from the first. Takes 6 damage. Okay, and at the end of your turn, Vienna, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw, please. That is a success. You managed to shake off the growing petrification, and you are back to normal.
Ah,
Oh, thank God.
sweet.
Okay.
That's my turn. That's all I can do.
It's now the Grunt's turn. So, this one over here is going to make 2 longsword attacks against Blossom. It's weakened state. That is a 20 to hit, not nat,
Sure.
and a 14 to hit.
Right, it's one hit.
1 hit. So you take 12 slashing damage, halved to 6 because of your resistance.
Yep.
And that is that one's turn. The other grunt is restrained, which means it gets disadvantage on melee attacks, but it is still going to try and make the 2 against Vienna.
This is where I die.
No.
That was a 22 to hit on the lower roll. Be thankful, the other roll was a nat 20.
Put that
And
dice
the second
down.
attack.
Put that
find
dice
another
away
one.
now.
The second attack was only a 10 to hit, so doesn't hit. So Vienna, you take 16 slashing damage from that attack,
Okay.
and I'm going
That's
to roll a
not
different
standard.
dice for its con save. It passes,
Ugh.
so it also does not turn to stone. Okay. It's now the leader's turn. The leader is going to turn and look at Ert, and is going to make 2 longsword attacks. That is a nat 1.
Yeah, no, that doesn't hit.
First one fails. The other one is a 11 to hit,
Nope.
and he is going to use his action surge. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Goddamn fighters with their
Takes 15 slashing damage.
Okay.
Can she make me a concentration check, please?
Yep. Concentration. Where am I looking for concentration?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Yep, she passes. Maintains concentration. Right. Ert's turn.
Ert is going to it's 50-50. What should she do? I think she's going to go to the leader and do smashy smash in the face.
Okay.
With her mace.
Alright. Smashy smash face with the mace.
19.
Hits.
That'll do plus a d4. And she's going to
9
hit
damage.
it again.
Does not hit, unfortunately.
I swear I'm getting lag on my end. Like half of the stuff isn't loading up. So yeah, 14 doesn't hit.
No, it does not.
Okie doke.
And your turn?
I think so. I just need to tick my war priest thing.
Okay. Gorgon's turn. First off, does not recharge. Does not get the poison breath back. So instead is going to... Ooh, who is it going to target? Boom. And it is going to... Yeah, it's going to try and smash you with its hooves, Vienna. It's going to rear up and try and slam its hooves down on you. That is a 14 to hit.
That should be 16 with Shield of Faith, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a miss.
Yes,
She's just gone away a second.
Alright.
Ah,
So Vienna
good
just
timing.
sort of, Vienna
Can't be
sees
killed
it
if you're not
coming and
here.
just manages to just sort of duck between the hooves as they slam down into the cobbles. But that is the end. End of the Gorgon's turn. It only gets the...
Have you?
He seems to be cutting in and out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that better? Hello?
Yeah, seems better.
Good.
Yes.
Right, your turn, Blossom.
Yep. How bad's this one looking?
It's literally like barely standing up.
Sure.
Bloodied.
So first attack.
Very,
on- Oh,
very
okay.
bloody.
Ooh.
That one!
Fair enough. Second attack should.
Second attack hits, yeah. You don't even need to roll damage. You just
Yeah.
slash it in half and gain a charge.
And I will use those charges to heal.
Yep. Okay, you pop the crystal off, pop it in your mouth. Okay. Any movement, Blossom, or is that you done?
I will move to there.
Okay. Alright. Manticore's turns. This one is going to fly over the river and just sort of stay there. This one is going to fly down to here. So first up, this one flying over the river is going to send another 3 tail spikes at Val.
Okie dokie.
10 to hit.
Nope.
9 to hit.
Nope.
Nat 20.
Yeah, that hits. Got a hefty range on that.
Yeah, 100 foot range.
Nice.
Oh god, I rolled a 1. You take 5 piercing damage.
I'll take that damage.
Okay, against Tahlia, this one's going to make 1 bite attack and 2 claw attacks.
Okay.
The bite attack is a 16 to hit.
Meets it, beats it.
Okay. So you take 5 piercing damage from that. And the 2
Has
claw
it been a new
attack-
round?
Not yet.
For you, not yet. It's not been your
Okay.
turn yet. That is a 16 to hit with the first claw attack.
Yeah.
And a 12 to hit with the second. So only one
Missed.
claw attack hits.
Okay.
So you take another 9 slashing damage from the claw.
So 5 and 9. Okay.
Yep. And that is the end of the Manticore's turns. Now, Tahlia, it's your turn.
Fuck. I'm gonna turn around and rapier. You know the thing where I push it back on the
lightning
manticore?
rapier.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that is a dex save for the Manticore. That is a 22. So
DC's 12, so it makes a save.
yeah, so it takes half damage and doesn't get pushed.
Fucks. Oh, okay.
That hits
23 apparently.
though. You don't get sneak attack damage, so
No, of course not.
that's 4 plus lightning, 6. So it only takes 3 damage
Boo.
and doesn't get pushed back. Anything else, Tahlia, or?
If I use my bonus action this round, that doesn't get rid of the disadvantage on the Gorgon, does it?
No.
Can I do my bolts from the grave on it as well then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Trying to remember where it is. It's not under spell. It's under actions, isn't it? Where is
Yeah,
it?
and the
Where are
bonus
you?
actions.
There it is. Yes, and that's 20.
Yay!
That is a crit. So hang on. 10, 16, 18, doubled is 36, plus 3 is 39.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Ouch. So,
Cool. Because I'm leaving the thing. It just means I can't move the disadvantage,
Yeah,
which I
you
wasn't going to
just
do
watched-
anyway. So...
you just watch the necrotic energy dig into this thing and it just yowls in pain and just sort of recoils from you.
Get that off my face, bitch.
Xandal, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna have to switch to normal bolts. As I'm doing that though, I'm casting Branding Smite as a bonus action.
Okay.
And I'm going to fire at the Gorgon.
Okay, go ahead.
Crossbow. Normal. Eesh. 12.
Just pings off the metal armor and doesn't even seem to notice it.
Okay, and again.
Yep.
Wow.
Nope. Nope, definitely not.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Val, your turn.
Okay, Val is going to cast Bane on
Woohoo.
all 3 creatures ahead of him, because they're in
Okay,
30
that
feet of
is-
him.
A wisdom saving throw, I believe.
Bane is a
Charisma saving throw.
charisma saving throw.
So, for the Gorgon... Oh, blimey. Got a 16, despite having
Okay.
a -2 on the roll. So, that one is not baned. And the Stalkers... that's a 3 for the leader, and a 4 for the grunt. So they are both baned. So that's a -d4 on their attacks.
Good old Bane.
And saving throws.
And saving throws. Okay. Alright, any bonus action or movement?
I think he's just basically going to stay stay out of range and trying to use support spells at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Plus he's already got Shield of Faith up on Vienna, so...
Yeah. Oh. Bane is concentration.
Oh, is it?
So,
okay, in that case,
you
Shield
have
of
to
Faith
drop
is dropped.
Shield of Faith.
Yeah. Sorry, Vienna.
It's alright.
It's not like she's staring in the face of a Gorgon or anything.
Well, I tried to help with the Gorgon.
All right, Vienna, it's your turn.
So I have noticed that I did disappear temporarily, and the Gorgon is now in my face. I'm just
Yeah, the
getting-
Gorgon came to try and hoof attack you, but it missed.
Right. Okay, that's all right. Just out of interest, would a Gorgon count as a construct?
Let me just double check. No.
No, that's a shame. I'm still going to switch to hammer anyway.
Yep.
And this now turns into a melee attack.
It does indeed. Uh, 14 does not hit, unfortunately.
Bugger. That's really annoying.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll just die.
Okay. Grunt's turn. The Grunt is going to turn and look at you, Blossom, and is going to do its 2 longsword attacks, minus a d4 on each. Well, that one's definitely not going to hit. Nor is that one. I don't even need to minus the d4s to know they won't hit. So it just sort of swings twice at you and just misses. The leader is going to make his 2 longsword attacks against Urt.
Okay.
Would be a... damn it, that's a 12 to hit.
Nope.
The minus d4. 20. That's a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That was with a 20 and then a minus 4. My goodness. So Urt takes Urt takes 21 slashing damage.
It's fine.
And a concentration check, please, for her
Okay.
Crusader's Mantle.
Drops.
No, Crusader's Mantle drops, I'm afraid. Oof. Okay. But it's now Urt's turn.
Yep, it is. Does she go on the offensive or does she help people? Huh?
I don't know. Save us!
I know, well, it's either does she heal... What I'm thinking is either does she heal the people who are here and who are damaged, or does she just attack? How bad are you, Vienna? How low on hit points are you?
Well, I've been better.
Okay.
But I'm not like bleeding from the mouth just yet.
Okie doke. In that case, it's going to be have to be a 4th level Spirit Guardians.
Ooh. Okay.
Well done.
That is a 15-foot radius. Okay. I'm assuming that's the end of Urt's turn.
Bonus actions. Bonus actions. She's cast a spell, so she can't do Shield of Faith.
We're still in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much War God's Blessing. Just trying to reread that a second. Put it down here somewhere. No, I'm going to call that as her turn, and I'll read up
Okay.
on some of her other abilities in a minute.
Alright. Gorgon's turn does not get its petrifying breath back. So it's going to make a gore attack against Vienna at disadvantage.
It's its first time in the ring, isn't it?
It is. I'm assuming that a that would be a 17 to hit, but it needs to make a wisdom save first. That is a 13, so I'm assuming that's a fail.
That is a fail.
So give me the damage. 21.
Guys, if any of you gets a Discord notification saying that you've got Nitro, do not click it. It's a bot.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I was
But yeah,
wondering what that
so
was.
17 to hit, Vienna.
Yep.
It's not from me. I've changed my password. You should probably change yours too.
Vienna, you take 25 piercing damage.
Oh, you know when I said I was still standing?
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
anymore.
Not anymore.
Ugh.
I am now on the ground.
damn!
And the Gorgon, seeing you go down, is going to use its movement. 5, 10. No, that's 20, 30.
No, you stay over there.
Get
Don't
out
come over
of
here.
the radius and come towards you guys.
Do I get my attack of opportunity?
You
from
would
there,
get an attack
or
of
am I?
Yes, you
Get
would.
him, Blossom.
Be
Get him.
enraged.
Would it have got one as well?
Would not. Only has a 5-foot reach.
12.
12, no, misses.
Walls.
Okay. Blossom, it's your turn.
Yep. Probably go after the small one.
About to say, you get advantage if you attack that one as you are flanking
Yeah,
with
that
it.
was why I moved there, but I didn't expect Vienna to go down.
Oh, it's an action to give something to someone else, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll take on the leader, I guess. Hope that this one just gets too scared to execute Vienna.
Okay.
21
Yep.
and 16 on the second attack.
Yep, both hit.
Good. 11 and 9.
Is your Crimson Right still up? No, you went down. didn't
No,
you?
I went down.
There we go. So 11 and 9, that's 20. He's looking hurt. He's still up, but he's looking hurt.
Use them ones today, Blossom.
I mean, I
Right.
did get 4 4s on a D4, so.
Yeah.
Kind of count as it.
And I'll eat the crystal as it forms.
Yep.
To keep
Okay.
myself up a bit
Yep.
more.
That's 2 more points.
Yep.
Manticore's turn. This one is just going to start flying away. So
Do I get attack of opportunity?
you do get an attack of opportunity.
What can I do as an attack of opportunity?
Rapier.
Rapier, okay. Clicked it. There we go. 22. I don't know why it rolled twice on my screen, but it only rolled once on the chat.
It
So
takes the 5 damage, and it keeps flying away.
God damn it! With enemies, get in the way!
It flies
You need
off.
Sentinel, my favourite perk.
I know,
Flies
I
off.
know.
This one is going to fly. $50 to there, which does actually bring it into the radius. So that's a 19, so only takes half damage, but roll the damage.
Yeah. 18.
18, so only takes 9. But is then going to use a dash action to get up on the top of there. Okay. Tahlia.
I've used
Turn.
my thing this turn, haven't I?
Yeah, you used your reaction.
That's a shame, because these have piss armor.
Yep, you'll go, Tahlia.
Hang on a minute. I need to bring it up on my notes because it's on my character sheet. 1 second. How the fuck did I write it? Is it under notes? Notes. Where are you? I would like to do Darkthorn's Flaming Bolt on the Gorgon with my Ebon Shot.
Okay. So bonus action to use the spell. Yep.
Yep.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm assuming I hit with the Ebon Shot first to see if I hit, and then we'll go from there. Yeah.
Yep.
Come on.
Nice.
I crit as well. Yes.
You crit,
perfect.
and it was an auto crit anyway because of the dim light.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So, it's another
And then it said, was it 1d6
D6, I
extra?
believe,
for it?
yep.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that's 16,
So
19,
d6 roll increases again by 1d6 at... Oh yeah, so it hasn't gone up yet, it's 11. At 5th level.
11.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to do a lot of maths.
So that's 6!
That's another 12. So hang on, let me do all my maths. Hang on, let me get a calculator.
Well, is that with sneak attack or without?
It's with because it's
We
engaged
have sneak
with
attack as
that.
well, so you got to add sneak attack
That's-
and double damage, plus Darkford's Flaming Bolt, yes.
Where
So
is
that's-
my calculator?
48 plus the 12 is 60 plus 16 is 76 plus 3 79.
It's the most damage I've ever done in this campaign.
79 damage. Ouch.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, wow.
It's just my action.
That has...
Oh wait, no, I used a bonus
Oh,
action.
that was your bonus, yeah.
Yeah.
That has... That bolt just manages to find the Gorgon's eye, and it just digs in and then bursts in flame, and this Gorgon just lets out a bellow, and it's just blood is pouring out of its face. It looks really hurt now.
And my turn.
Xandal, it's your turn.
I'm going to
Record.
switch to my
How much damage was
hammer.
that, Blossom?
That was
79.
79 total.
Nice. I'm gonna write that in my notes.
Do.
Do-do-do.
Hammer is
Those were some really high rolls on damage as well.
Yeah, that was an 8 on a D10,
Yeah.
a 4 on a D6, and then a 3.
I'm just gonna
5,
add as a new
4,
note on
2.
everyone's sheet the highest damage they've ever done, and mine's 79. Oh yeah.
How much was mine?
I can't remember. Like I think
think it
probably
was
that
the-
fireball probably is still your.
I think it
Oh.
was the poison dragon that nearly won to like 52-0 Balasar.
Yeah. That probably was.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I'm going to switch to my hammer
Okay.
and hit.
Okay, go ahead. Roll your attack.
That's a miss. An
Yep.
8.
Yep, that misses.
Because it's not magical at the moment. Was nice.
Nope, also misses. Just clangs off of the
13.
metal plates.
Yeah.
Nope, just clangs off the metal plates, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my turn, I think. Hold on. What's my bonus action spell? I think I did have a bonus action one. No.
Okay. Alright. Valdizian, your turn.
Vienna, you're still down, aren't you?
I am.
30-foot movement to Vienna, and then I'm going to lay my hands.
Yep. How many hit points?
I will pump. 20.
Okay. So Vienna, you gain 20 hit points.
Okay.
That the end of your turn, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. Vienna, you come back awake. Val standing over you, having pumped 20 hit points into you.
Thank you. Okay, I
I'm
get
assuming
up,
Yep, stand up, half your movement.
look around. I'm guessing these two are still a problem. These lizards.
Well, this one's looking mostly fucked, right?
both looking wounded.
Right, I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna switch my gauntlet to anything. I'm gonna keep it as the hammer.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hit one each.
Okay.
Okay. If I can hit, obviously.
First hit. Who were you wanting to hit? The leader or the... they both hit. Choose which one hits which.
First one, I'll aim for the leader.
Okay.
And then...
Right. The other one on the grunt.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. End of your turn?
And that's the end of my turn.
Right, it's the grunt's turn. First round in Spirit Guardians.
And they get a
fails.
minus D4, don't they? Or minus...
Yeah, trust me. It fails already. It only got a 3.
Okay.
It got a 0 because I rolled a 3 on a D4.
Cool, right. So... 19.
19. It's still up. But looking very hurt. And it is going to take 2 swings at you, Vienna. Both miss.
Oh, thank goodness.
Rolled a 3 and a 4.
I can deal with that.
The
That's
leader
fine.
wisdom save fails with a 7. Go ahead and do you want to roll the damage again? Yep, there we go. The leader expires as the tiny little Urts just like rake into his scales and he just collapses to the ground. Okay. Urt's turn.
Cool. Urt is going to move 1 square up.
Okay.
I love it.
The sass.
Okay.
It moves after it could just move out of the way again, but then it's gonna.
I mean, you've still got action and bonus action.
So she's gonna bonus action Shield of Faith herself.
Okay, you can't concentrate on Spirit Guardians and
Oh no,
Shield of Faith.
ignore that then. Sorry. I'm trying to jump around screens. I haven't even put a screen up. There we go. Okay, she is going to... digit daggers. Bring that bad boy
Okay.
out. At the Gorgon.
Okay, go ahead.
23.
Hit.
Nice.
For 5 damage, okay.
And she can use her War Priest to do it again.
Okay. Hits as well.
Nice.
For another 5 damage. It's being a mini baller right now.
Yeah.
It is.
It's got to make up for,
Oh,
for
save our ass,
Balasar.
Right.
Yeah, we got it.
Gorgon's turn. Does not get his petrifying breath back. Wisdom save. Let's see, 15 on the wisdom save.
Meets it, beats it, so it takes half. And it is... Right, use the right level.
So, half of that. So, yeah, it's looking rough. Very rough. But it is still standing. So, disadvantage on this attack as it is going to attempt to... No, you know what?
Good. Oh, here we
Someone,
go.
someone's pissed it off.
Oh, fuck.
It's going to gore Tahlia.
He's gonna try. Disadvantage.
That is, yeah.
Don't gonna hear me, I know it.
15 to hit.
Miss. Thank fuck.
Just misses. As it just sort of rears its head towards you and you just manage to sort of slide
I'm just
out
like,
of the way.
whoa!
Yeah, it's like Matrix style dodge. Okay. Blossom, your turn.
So where did the other manticore go? Did that just run off?
Yeah, it ran off. It took too much damage and decided you were not worth the effort.
I fucked you up. Good.
And how high are these roofs?
The roofs are about 20 feet in height.
Sure. I will try and climb up there then.
Okay, give me athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Uh, 11.
11, you manage to get to the top. You can get to the top, but it will take your action as well.
Yeah, that's fine. That guy will get an attack of opportunity if he wants it.
He will, if he wants. He will take it. Yeah, that's a nat 1.
Oh.
Okay. End of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the Manticore's turn. The Manticore, seeing you coming at it and seeing how many people here have died from its side, is going to try and book it, so you do get an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Get it, Blossom, get it!
14.
Just hits.
Nice. 16 damage.
Nice.
Still getting away.
Ah.
It starts flying away. Okay. Tahlia, your turn.
Rapier the Gorgon in the face.
Okay, go ahead. You will get advantage as you are flanking with Sandal.
Thank God.
Yeah. 26 to hit.
Hits, and you do get the sneak attack because you know it's also in combat with Sandal.
19 sneak attack, nice.
How do you want to do this?
No. Get away from me! And then just like poke him in the face.
And as you poke him in the face, it hits the other eye, and you just sinks in, and then this creature just goes limp and just
Oh god, I don't like
lumps
those.
to the ground.
I didn't like that thing.
Okay. Sandal, your turn.
Right, back to my crossbow.
Yeah, one enemy left here.
Yeah.
Currently, if you fire from there, it will have partial cover because of Vienna. If
Okay.
you move, you'll be able to get a clearer shot. Yeah,
There?
you get a clear shot there.
Yeah. My rolls today. 13.
Does not hit.
Okay. Wow. God's sake.
Does not
That's
hit.
exactly what you
actually
rolled last time, wasn't it?
You actually
Oh
haven't hit at all, have you?
I've hit twice this entire combat. And I did minimal
his-
damage.
And the thing is, it's in his hometown as well.
Mm.
Oh, mate.
Everyone's
Oh
watching.
no, sorry, nine.
Val, your
What did I
turn.
just miss? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sandal can't hit anything.
Oh no.
Val's card. Val is gonna move round to there and smashy smash Mortimer's lance.
Yep. Yep, advantage because of the flanking.
I don't know. Did that go through once or twice? It just popped up twice on
Just
screen.
once.
15?
Neither of those hit.
I can hit it again anyway. 24.
Yep, that hits.
I'll see if I get a crit.
Yep,
No.
no. Go ahead and roll your damage. Yep. You just the first time you like lunge with the spear and it just deflects it with the shield, but you move back and lunge again quicker than it get its shield back in place, and you just pierce it right through the chest, and it just goes and just falls.
I had to get one kill in, didn't I?
And as you all stand panting, the adrenaline wearing off, that's where we're going to end tonight's session. We overrun a bit there because of the combat, but felt it was better to get it racked away. Hope everyone has enjoyed. I didn't try to kill my players, but nearly did, so yeah. But until next time, everyone, please stay safe. Next session, we will not be having one on the 29th, as I am away. We will also not be having one on Friday the 5th, as it's bonfire night and I need to look after my dogs. So the next session will be the 12th of November. Hope everyone will be able to join us then. But until then, stay safe, have fun. See you all next time, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.